All right, we got about a minute before we go start. If everybody will start finding their way to a seat. All right, it's 9 o'clock. We're going to get ready to start. If somebody will ask them outside if there's any people put on the list. All right, we're going to start our public comment period, and the first name is Lisa Ryder.
Good morning, Chairman Corbett and members of the esteemed Marine Fisheries Commission. My name is Lisa Ryder, and I'm a proud native of coastal North Carolina. I also serve on the Water Quality and Habitat Committee that supports the Marine Fisheries Commission. And I also serve as the Executive Director for Coastal Carolina River Watch, where our mission is to protect the quality of water and quality of life in coastal North Carolina. And I believe we share a common goal to protect water quality for fisheries. And today I urge you to go from considering water quality as a fisheries issue and take action in advocating for better protections upstream that impact us all downstream. We all know that what flows downstream impacts the health of our estuary habitats, the safety of our seafood, and the future of those who rely on these resources to work and feed their families. From corporate discharge to sediment and wastewater runoff, upstream pollution is undermining our shared goals of sustainable fisheries. These threats damage nursery habitats, trigger shellfish closures, and limit the long-term viability of our coastal economies. That's why I respectfully ask this commission to take a leadership role by preparing formal recommendations to the Emergency Management Commission. Stronger enforceable water quality standards are needed now, not only to protect our fisheries, but to preserve the communities and economies that depend on them. I also request that the Marine Fisheries Commissions work closely with your Water Quality and Habitat Committee to help draft these recommendations. By bringing these proposals back to the Commission for consideration and support, you can send a clear message of urgency and direction to the EMC. Your decisions directly shape the future of North Carolina's marine and estuarine resources. We're counting on you to lead with the full picture in mind and to act boldly and uphold the mission of the Commission. Thank you so much for your time and your continued service for North Carolina's fisheries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Dan Moores.
Good morning, members of the Commission. My name is Dan Moses. I'm president of the Eastern Carolina Saltwater Fishing Club of New Bern. I would like to briefly comment on the changes to Amendment 4 of the Flounder FMP that is being considered. I hope you will vote to approve the 50-50 allocation of Flounder for 2025. The original allocation of 30% for recreation was unfair from the beginning for numerous reasons that I don't have time to comment on here. The financial benefit of a flounder season in 2025 to the recreational community that includes guides, anglers, and local businesses is unquestionable. I would also ask that you consider a minimum of at least a 2-week flounder season this fall, if not longer. Any shorter season can easily be impacted by weather that would totally wipe out the season. The scoping period for the development of Amendment 5 to the Southern Flounder FMP is recently concluded. I hope you consider the recommendations presented by the Advisory Committee and the recreational fishing public in the development of this amendment, especially the development of a species-specific plan that would allow an ocean harvest of summer and Gulf flounder, since overfishing is not occurring within these species. Catches of summer and Gulf flounder now go on the recreational pound allocations. Without a specific species plan that separates southern flounder from summer and Gulf flounder, the recreational anglers are being penalized for catches of those species. A species-specific plan would result in a more fair and equitable allocation that focuses on the issue of southern flounder being overfished. Thank you for your efforts to conserve our fishery resources in North Carolina and all your hard work.
Thank you, sir. Robert Pine.
Good morning, members of the commission. My name is Robert Pike. I'm here in my capacity as board member of NC Catch to outline our position on Blue Crab FMP Draft Amendment 3. NC Catch is a nonprofit dedicated to raising consumer awareness about the benefits of eating local seafood. Recommends that North Carolina Marine Fisheries Commission members reject the proposed adaptive measures for Amendment 3 of the Blue Crab FMP by the Division of Marine Fisheries. Blue crabs support North Carolina's most important commercial fishery, supplying both live crabs and pig meat to seafood consumers along the Atlantic coast. Landings have been stable or shown slight increases in recent years, even as fishing effort has declined. We're concerned that the DMF proposing a 12 to 52% reduction in commercial blue crab harvest without having a valid population assessment. Multiple MFC advisory committees do not support the proposed restrictions, indicating a lack of stakeholder consensus for the measures. Proposing such drastic measures introduces unnecessary and uncertainty to an already stressed seafood industry. Enacting these measures would deprive North Carolina fishermen of their most valuable fishery in the state and deprive seafood restaurants, markets, and consumer access to a wildly popular source of protein. We urge you to reject the proposed action in the Blue Crab FMP Draft Amendment 3, ensure a valid stock assessment is undertaken, and work with the industry to ensure participatory management that benefits the resource as well as harvesters and the seafood consuming public. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Chris Elkins.
Good morning. I am Chris Elkins. As you may have surmised from my attire, I'm a recreational fisherman. Some of you know Chuck Lockreach, former commissioner. He took me shopping. I did reject the matching red hat, which he tried to make me wear. Southern flounder, I support the reallocation, at least a 50-50, for obvious reasons. Now, what I would like to talk about is the division and the commission need to be honest with fishermen when the stock of southern flounder recovers. That is, give them an idea in advance what the rules and regulations might be so they could plan ahead. For example, let's say we make up a number and the biomass is 5 times larger than it is now. What would those rules and regulations look like? Pound netters might need to buy new nets. They might not if it's only going to be a week-long season. Giggers might want to sell their gig boats. Others may want to go to a state where the rules are less stringent. But they need to know in advance. So if you can, it doesn't have to be accurate so far as, some modicum of accuracy. And the rest you can read. I won't take your time. I've heard you are good at reading. And thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir. Stuart Creighton.
Good morning, everyone. Commissioners, as you consider your vote on Flounder Amendment 4, first weigh the fact that this amendment was born out of a request by this very body to grant greater access to the public sector. Some other facts that should be examined include the low allocation of 30% granted from Amendment 3 was unfair from the start. In addition, when the original 3-year phase-in plan was delayed by an additional 3 years by a previous commission, anglers found themselves in an untenable situation. The difficulties of a paltry allocation were further aggravated when it was decided that MRIP was going to monitor the quota, something this tool was never designed to do. The table was set to essentially guarantee recreational overages annually. If you consider the possibility, a fictitious situation, that say 300,000 anglers come to the coast one time for 1 day and take home 1 2-pound flounder. The resulting 600,000 pounds of harvest would shut the fishery down for several years. Harvesting the approximate 225,000 pounds actually shows remarkable restraint and that public anglers are trying to do the right thing is in what essentially is a derby fishery. The argument that commercial losses would hurt the consumer just doesn't hold water. Consumers do not care about species. They only want to buy flounder. If the industry's 50% of southern flounder is combined with its large summer flounder quota that is landed in North Carolina, they still harvest over 2 million pounds of flounder, which accounts for over 90% of the flounder landed in this state. And that's millions of pounds of fresh flounder available to NC consumers. On blue crab, a recent stock assessment update shows disturbing trends with sharp declines in the numbers of spawning female crabs and the resulting recruitment into the fishery. The previous approved 2% reduction is not working, and a 20% reduction is being recommended to end the overfished status of blue crabs. If these trends verify, as they are likely to do, much greater reductions will be needed the longer that action is delayed. Remember what we are dealing with on flounder right now. The blue crab could be a parallel situation. We waited too long to act on decades of overexploitation on southern flounder, and as a result, both user groups had to eat draconian cuts that have been disastrous. And I've got a little bit more, but I'll stop there because I see the flag is up.
Thank you, sir. Richard Newman.
Good morning. Thank you all for having me. I'm Richard Newman. I own County Road Seafood and Newman Seafood. I'm here in opposition of any changes to the blue crab fishery, and to ask that with the upcoming FMP, which is started next year, that the industry be included with the development of this. We are going off a stock assessment that are some of the best years that the blue crab fishery has ever seen. And we're trying to use that as a baseline for future stock assessments. And if you take the 3 best years you ever had, you're always going to show overfished. But that's all I have for y'all today. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Tara Foreman?
Hi, I'm Tara Foreman, Captain Hill Seafood and Coastal Heritage Seafood. I'm here to oppose any new regulation on the North Carolina blue crab, given the fact there's no current stock assessment that accurately depicts the current stock of the North Carolina blue crab. Given the fact that the harvest records for the blue crab have significantly increased in 2023 and 2024, the current management proposal does not depict what the harvest is currently showing, especially given that the 2024 numbers would have been significantly larger given the extreme number of lay days that were given last year, because the market could not handle the supply of crabs that we had in North Carolina. Not because the catch wasn't there, it was because the market was not. And while adaptive management can be an effective tool for fisheries conservation, it is only useful when there's a solid foundation of reliable current data, given the uncertainties surrounding the current stock assessment for blue crabs in North Carolina. It would be premature and potentially harmful to impose new regulations based on a failed or incomplete stock assessment. The fishing community and local economies are already feeling the strain of potential overregulation without a clear understanding of the stock's health. The risk of overregulation is high, and such actions may harm the very fishery that the division is supposed to protect. We urge the North Carolina Marine Fisheries Commission to prioritize improving the stock assessment process and delay any new regulation decisions until the science is conclusive and comprehensive. As an industry, it is essential that the commercial fishermen in the blue crab be involved in the 2026 blue crab FMP. It is essential that commercial fishermen, processors, and dealers have a voice on regulation of a fishery that affects their livelihood. And a new baseline stock assessment needs to be conducted that is more realistic than having a baseline that is based on years that have the highest participants in North Carolina blue crab history, and also shows the largest harvest records in history as well. The participants have drastically decreased over time, and the current baseline does not depict the current status of the blue crab fishery. And however, because the stock assessment has failed, we do not know that the 2% reduction has worked or has not worked. From harvesting, a blue crab has a lifespan of approximately 3 years. So if you're going back and saying your juvenile recruitment numbers are down, then where did the crabs come from? It significantly increased from 2023. From 2023, I think there was like 8 million, and it went up to 16 million to 18 million. And probably last year we would have had closer to 24 million pounds harvested, given the fact of so many lay days. So it is possible that the regulations that you imposed with the 2% reduction actually have worked. You just don't have the data to show whether it did or whether it didn't. So we oppose any new regulation until we have a new stock assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else that hadn't spoke that wanted to speak? All right, with that, I guess I need to hit this, call the meeting to order. And we'll now have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. All right, we'll stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, and so I just want to remind everybody about the conflict of interest. If anybody knows of any conflict of interest or anything, I guess make sure you report that. And if there are no conflict of interest, anybody wants to report here at this time, we'll do a roll call vote. Jesse?
Commissioner Bethea?
Present.
Commissioner Blanton?
Here.
Commissioner Claus? Commissioner Gardner?
Here.
Commissioner Hobgood?
Present.
Commissioner Rader?
Here.
Commissioner Roller?
Present.
Commissioner Service?
Here.
And Chairman Corbett.
Yes. And so with that, we need to approve the agenda.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Tom approved it. A second? And we have a second. And so we need to get an approval of the minutes.
Mr. Chair, not a motion.
Okay.
I have some issues with the minutes I'd like to bring up.
Do what now?
I have some issues with the
Okay,
minutes I'd like some
okay.
clarification on. So I was looking through and I saw that for the first time I can remember, the public comments were not transcribed and just a link to the video was made. I was curious why that was a decision.
So we had some discussion about that, and one of the issues that we've run into in the past with meeting minutes is we typically don't transcribe verbatim what public comment is, and we don't want to have any appearance of any kind of bias when summarizing comments or anything. So we're actually linking to the video recording where people can go watch the public comment themselves.
Well, why wouldn't the motions be transcribed verbatim?
So one of the issues with transcribing them verbatim is when we have a volume of public comment that's very, very high, a lot of the kind of automatic transcription services that we have don't work very well for people with accents, and the time that it takes to transcribe them verbatim is such that it doesn't give the division a lot of opportunity to actually ensure that everything is as accurate as it needs to be. Does that make sense?
No, that makes sense. I just view this as a pretty big change to previous policy on this. Is there going to be a threshold for how many public comments there's going to be?
No,
Going forward?
currently we haven't talked about having any threshold. If the commission and the chairman would rather us do the minutes where we have verbatim written comment or verbatim public comment, that's something we can absolutely go back to.
And the attorney wants to say something, so hold on.
So, Commissioner Roller, your real minutes are the recording. The paper minutes are the synopsis. So rather than, the minutes themselves don't serve as a transcription of everything that's said, every or filler word that comes in. So the best practice is to rely on the actual video recording and audio recording rather than the way we used to have to do it before we had video and audio to try to fairly and accurately describe what was said and what was done. The minutes that you see, those paper minutes that you're approving, again, you're ratifying what your actions were for the last meeting, and you're providing the public a single document that accurately represents what happened without it being a word-for-word transcription. And so you point to the minutes, the video, and say, this is what's happening, and that complies with the Open Meetings Law and the Public Records Act at the same time. So
I'm not going to argue with you on legal
Good.
capacity, and I understand.
because I got the hammer over here. No.
I do understand your logic, and I understand where you're coming from a minutes perspective. I look at this from a historic perspective, and historically, it's been easy to search public comments and see what people were talking about. I think this makes it a little bit harder to do that. That's my issue.
Yeah, that's fair enough. We also used to use a quill, but
That's fair, right?
yeah, no, and I say that flippantly, but just tongue in cheek. But I mean, I take your point about how you could search keywords and things like that, and generally you still can. But I think the better practice in today's world is that we still do rely on the recordings as these are. You want to know what happened? Here it is, and the video.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tom. All right, can I get an approval on the minutes? Anybody want to? Approve. All right, there's a first. How about a second?
Second, Rader.
There's an approval and a second. All right, so with that, All right. Jesse, you want to take this part of the chairman's report with the letters and online comments and the ethics training and all?
Chairman Corbett, did you want them to vote on the approval of the minutes and agendas? We have a motion and a second, but I don't know that we did a vote or anything.
Okay.
Philip,
Yeah, we'll vote. If there's no, yeah. Are there any objections? Yes. One objection. All right, Tom. Now we got to take a vote. It don't need to be a roll call. Okay. So all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye. Nay.
Okay.
All right, so for the chairman's report, for the committee reports and the online public comment, all that's in your briefing materials. The minutes from the committee reports are in there. It's from the April advisory committees and the March advisory committees. We had two sets of them. The March committees were, the Blue Crab was on those committee meetings agenda, and in April it was Southern Flounder Amendment 4. You can read those reports in your briefing materials. And the online public comment, we had 15 public comments submitted online, and those were sent to you as well.
Okay. So if no questions on that, then we'll move on to our director with her report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. So today I want to just start off, and I think Dan Hirschman is here with us today, a new face in the crowd behind me over here. He is DEQ's General Counsel. I think he's introduced himself to a lot of you, but thanks, Dan, for coming today and joining us. We appreciate you being here. And just to remind the Commissioners, as Jesse and I met with you at our prep meetings, we are focusing on action items and trying to streamline the meeting, so this includes my director's report, so I will try not to drone on and on over here. I will just be covering the highlights as I see them. And as always, if any of you at any time have any questions for myself or staff, you know where we are and how to reach us, and we welcome that contact for sure. I want to just go over some brief legislative updates. I'm sure everyone is aware of House Bill 442, which is the Flounder and Red Snapper bill. It has passed the House and been referred to the Senate Rules Committee. Things are focused on the budget this week, so I'm not sure where that bill will stand or if it will move or when it will. Our DEQ legislative team works on these items for us and keeps us up to date on what's going on. This bill is concerning for us for many reasons, and I think the number one reason is it just sidesteps the entire fishery management plan process, and that's concerning to us from a process standpoint. And there are some things in this bill that are concerning relative to the protection of the species as well. So we will continue to monitor that and update you as we can. There is a Senate Bill 639 is the Farm Act of 2025, and it was also referred to the Senate Rules Committee. There's some language relative to reducing penalties for shellfish aquaculture violations. We are monitoring that bill as well. There is a House Bill 841, which is a shellfish leasing study. It passed the House and was also referred to Senate Rules Committee. We are supportive of a shellfish leasing study as calls for a statewide study on aquaculture leasing and current moratoriums on shellfish leasing. There was also a HB 926, which is a Regulatory Reform Act bill. It was referred to House Rules, but it did not make crossover, and it contained a delay in the phased-in mandatory commercial and recreational reporting by a year. So basically, instead of 2025, it moved it to 2026. We are keeping an eye out if this might turn up in some other bill in the Senate. This is not something that we requested, so we're not real sure exactly where this additional year is coming from. The division is ready to pull the trigger in 2025 as we have been anticipating that. So we'll continue to watch to see if that ends up in some other bill over on the Senate floor. These are the bills that, the division is keeping an eye on. Obviously, these bills could impact us as well as the commission moving forward. The other thing that the division and the department is keeping an eye on is the Senate and House budgets, and they both have budget cuts and position cuts for DEQ, and really depending on where the budget falls, the impacts to DEQ and to the division could be significant. So it's always something that we have to keep our eye on, and this year seems to be extra special for that. And as everyone knows, the flavor at the federal government is basically the same. We continue to follow potential federal budget cuts to some of our federal grants. I think around 13 to 15% of our funding for division is federal funds, federal grants, so we are obviously keeping an eye on that. Impacts to the federal grants and the funding for those federal grants can impact us significantly, impact our ability to do sampling, data that goes into stock assessment, into management, your management, as well as management at the interjurisdictional levels and the federal levels as well. So needless to say, what's going on at the state and the federal level is not exactly the direction we want to be going in if we really want sustainable fisheries. So this is going to be a struggle for this state and many others as well. A silver lining, if there is one, and there is one for us, for some of the NOAA layoffs, based on their budget cuts, we have been able to secure some staff in positions that we have really been struggling with for quite some time now. Our stock assessment program manager position has been vacant nearly 2 years, and we have been able to fill that, as well as our stock assessment biologist. The stock assessment program manager starts July the 7th, I believe, and then the biologist is sometime the end of June. I don't remember the exact date, but June 23rd. But we are looking forward to that. This is a huge relief for the division. I've said this a million times. I've been here a long time, and I don't recall having a stock assessment vacancy ever for any kind of period of time like that. So I'm glad that we've got these folks and they're coming on board. That's going to be important to us for updating some of these assessments that we are very far behind on. And that puts us in a bad position, and it puts this commission in a bad position. So our focus will be updating some of these assessments where the terminal years are way a long time ago. Somebody said we might be dead by the time we get to some of these, but we're going to work on it as hard as we possibly can when these folks get on board. So that's going to be really one of our focuses. Just a brief update on the division's ongoing efforts for the mandatory harvest reporting program, and that as we continue to focus on outreach and education. And the reporting requirements for now are scheduled to take place in December of 2025. So between now and then, our primary focus has been making sure that the people that are required to report are prepared to do that, know what they need to do, and have what they need in order to comply with those regulations. Successful implementation really hinges on having the right tools in place and building trust and clarity with the public, which is what we have been trying to do. We are meeting anglers where they are. We are going to tackle shops. We are talking to anglers on the water. We are at fishing tournaments. We're out in the communities. The staff is redesigning the mandatory reporting web pages to shift from information about the legislation to information about how anglers will actually report, showing them what that looks like. They're working on a series of graphics and social media assets designed for easy sharing by partner organizations and fishing groups, people wanting to help the division get the word out, which we can use all the help we can get in that regard. And we're building relationships with tackle store owners, fishing clubs, people who can, again, help spread the word and help us network this important regulations. And we're also actively listening to anglers and talking to them and making adjustments on our end based on their feedback. It's very important to us that the anglers' buy-in is important to the success of this program. So we're working really hard with what we have, which isn't a lot, on that. And I just want to say, I do want to thank all the staff for the outreach, but in particular, Jesse and Brandy Salmon have really just been all over this state in the last 2 or 3, 4 months, I would say. I mean, they've been to Wilmington, to Hatteras, to Charlotte, to Raleigh, to Greenville. I don't even know where the heck else they've been, but they have been everywhere, talking to people, talking to fishing clubs. They have really been going above and beyond. And this is what it looks like when we get a mandate and we don't, a mandate such as this, and we don't get any staff to do it. So, you know, they have taken a lot of this outreach on their shoulders, as well as other staff too, but I really appreciate the work that they've done, and I just wanted to say that here. So we are, again, moving towards a 2025, pulling the trigger in 2025 unless something happens with a bill for an extension. A quick update on the CCA lawsuit is still ongoing. The trial was scheduled for April and May, but it has been postponed because of a conflict on the judge's calendar. So the parties are awaiting more information from the court about when the trial might be rescheduled. I have a couple of shellfish lease appeals updates. We have a contested case. The division is involved in litigation related to the denial of a water column lease application in Pender County from Michael Connor McNair. The administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings ruled in favor of Mr. McNair and granted the 10-year lease. The division is appealing the decision to Superior Court and is awaiting a hearing on its petition. We also have the Shellfish Cultivation Lease Review Committee. This is a 3-member committee appointed by the Marine Fisheries Commission Chair to review requests from third parties that wish to challenge the approval of a shellfish lease. The committee determines whether the petitioner has met the legal requirements to properly allege that the lease was approved contrary to a rule or statute within the commission's or the division's authority, that the petitioner is directly affected, and that the case would not be frivolous. 3 separate parties have requested hearings with the Shellfish Cultivation Lease Review Committee to potentially challenge 2 recently approved shellfish leases. The first request is for a shellfish bottom and water column lease in Cedar Island, and the other 2 are challenging a shellfish bottom and water column lease in Adams Creek. All 3 hearings will take place on June the 25th. Have I got that right, y'all? Is that still okay? June 25th at the division's Central District office. If a request is granted, the party has the ability to file a contested case in the Office of Administrative Hearings to challenge decision to approve the lease. So lease litigation is keeping us pretty busy as well. Black drum and sheep's head, so we have been talking about that and letting you know that we are preparing information on that, and we will be bringing that to you at the August commission meeting. So that'll be at your next meeting. Atlantic bonita, which when we met with commissioners, and we understand that people want us to get to work on this, and that has been assigned, and staff is working on it, and we will have that as soon as possible. But we have Jason Rock and his team have been able to fill some of their vacancies, and staff has been assigned to work on Atlantic bonita, so we hope to have that soon. I will also point to your informational materials. We have a spotted sea trout cold stun update memo. Lucas will be presenting on some more details on the cold stun event later today, I believe. And then we have a rule suspension memo as well to refer you to in your informational materials. And finally, Jesse did want me to mention, and I know y'all are all excited to get your new Marine Fisheries Commission cell phones. And for the public's information, your cell phone numbers are already on the division's website. So now you too can readily get phone calls from your adoring public and without worrying about using your personal cell phones. So I think that's a good thing for the commission. I appreciate Jesse and Coral. I know they have programmed a lot of numbers in your phones already, a lot of staff information, a lot of staff numbers and that kind of thing. So I appreciate them doing that. And I thank Chairman Corbett for, approving this purchase and for us to move forward with this. I think it is a good tool for communication that we had heard from the public quite a bit when phone numbers were taken down for the MFC, that people wanted the phone numbers to stay in touch. So if you have any issues with your phones or whatnot, let Jesse or Coral know. And Mr. Chairman, I think that is the end of my director's report.
Yes, sir, Willie.
Question. You mentioned the NOAA employees that you were able to pick up in the, I guess, layoff or downsizing process. As I'm recalling, the administration has been stating that the people that are losing their jobs are either on probation or they're low performers or they're non-essential, which leads you to believe that these people are virtually worthless. To put it to put it plainly, I mean, at least the way it's expressed. So, how did you consider and overcome those representations in hiring these people? Do you follow where I'm coming from?
I follow where you're coming from. There's so many things that I could say, but I got a little bit further here to go, so I won't. But what I will say is that I think that most of the staff that we have hired from NOAA have voluntarily left the agency because of the uncertainty surrounding their positions down the road. And our job interview process is the same. It is very thorough. It is very. We have a standard process that we go through. So we use the same process for hiring for these folks as we do. Some of these staff, I will say, and I don't want to get into too much personal detail, but some of these staff members worked at the division before.
Okay.
And for reasons that, they're better salaries mostly, they left and went to NOAA. And I applaud that. And I think people should do exactly what they need to do for their careers and their families and so forth, and I support that. And I certainly am just absolutely thrilled to death to have some of these folks back. Some of the hires I'm not really familiar with, but some of them we are very familiar with and very lucky to get them back.
Yes, sir, Tom.
A couple quick comments. First of all, Jesse, Brandy, thank you guys for your outreach efforts. Just want to say I've heard a lot of really positive comments through the grapevine for that. That stuff is really important. You guys did a great job. Second thing, I just want to highlight, Director, your comments regarding the federal grants to support your budget. I believe you said 13 to 15%. The public needs to understand that this federal funding cuts are going to trickle down to the states, and they could have a massive impact on a lot of different elements of government services, which is really unfortunate because, as we all know, in federal and state fisheries, the demand for better data, more stock assessments, and better management of our coastal resources for our coastal economies is only growing. So I'm scared for the future there, but thank you for prefacing that because the public needs to understand. The only other thing I'll add is, the silver lining that you've been able to hire some really qualified people back to the division due to, being laid off from NOAA is, it's a good thing for you guys, but I'm heartbroken for many of my friends and colleagues who work for NOAA, who were some of the most qualified and hardworking people I have ever met, and some of the smartest, greatest fisheries people, and people that were laid. I know people that were laid off because they were there for 20 years and got a promotion last year, and they were just on that mandatory probationary period, and that's really a shame. But thankfully, we'll get to work with a few of them again. So, thank you for your report.
Yes, sir, Doug.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to note also that I think, as you all know, we are disproportionately affected by upstream impacts habitat and water quality issues. And so on behalf of that committee, including Commissioner Gardner, I hope, I would just wanted to note that we have been able to take great advantage of a wide array of federal and other agencies in putting together complicated habitat protection plans at the state and federal level under a variety of names, because anyway, lots of them. And that this creates a big liability for us in no longer being able to count on world-class habitat architecture, including at the Beaufort Lab of NOAA and others. And so as we no longer have the resources to engage in the partnerships, it will be more and more on our dime, and therefore more and more at the intersection between the three commissions that are reflected in the CHIP. And so, and because all of those programs operate more or less as delegated federal programs under the Coastal Zone Management Act, the Clean Water Act, and others, including the wetland programs and other things, a lot of the assumptions we have made in terms of rebuilding and our ability to rebuild these stocks of fish based only on the biology of the animals are much more compromised. So we just need to be aware of that broader landscape and look out for the red flags that I think are inevitably coming, at least in the short term, to our ability to meet our mandates.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to add to that, too. It's especially upsetting when it comes to habitat and water quality. I've had a chance to work with a number of master's and PhD candidates who are working directly with SAVs, and they are really concerned about how they're going to be able to continue their studies. So we're talking on a really, really basic level, and they're relying on each other. They're relying on volunteers, and it's scary because we're just kind of reaching a new level with our knowledge about how important they are, and then we're going to see it basically cut off at the roots, and that's scary.
All right, so with all of that, Kat, you were done, right?
Chairman? Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm done.
Yes, sir, Brian.
Hey, guys, sorry to keep this going. Comment and a question. First comment, just wanted to say, really appreciate the staff and their outreach. I think that's paramount to the visibility of the division and it looking good. The question I have is about SB 639, the shellfish penalties. You mentioned that 442, the flounder and snapper, was a troubling thing for the sidestep. I wanted to know if you could just explain to the commission what we're talking about in 639 and your opinion on it.
So what 639 is looking at is the reducing some of the penalties. So for penalties such as improperly marked shellfish lease areas, operating with an expired aquaculture permit, or operating under an expired shellfish lease agreement, those things were basically being moved from a Class A1 misdemeanor to a Class 3 misdemeanor for those items. So that is what the bill considers. We have had some internal discussions about that. I think the language of the bill narrows the window for enforcement of these issues. So that could be a problem for us down the road, just depending on what the final bill language might be. But that is basically what the bill is trying to get at in the way we read the bill anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. All right, so we're done with that. We'll move on to Jason Walsh with the economic analysis presentation.
So, Mr. Chairman, I have asked Jason to provide a short presentation today about the role that economic analysis plays in development of fishery management plans and your Marine Fisheries Commission rules. At your March meeting, there were several members of the public that provided comments about the importance of economic analysis and in making fisheries management decisions, and we completely agree how important the economic analysis piece is. So hopefully we hope this presentation by Jason will help inform some of that. So take it away, Jason.
Awesome. Thank you, Director Rawls, and thank you, Chairman Corbett, for allowing me to give this presentation today. As the Director said, my name is Jason Walsh. I'm the Fisheries Economics Program Manager for the division. The Fisheries Economics Program is part of the License and Statistics section. So here's a look at what my presentation is going to cover today. We'll take a broad look at some of the requirements in North Carolina state law for economic analysis and fisheries management. And then we'll look at how those requirements play out in the fishery management plans and the Marine Fishery Commission's rules. So this slide highlights some of the legal requirements for economic analysis and fisheries management in North Carolina. There's 3 primary statutes, one for fishery management plans, one for rules, and one that speaks to the Commission's powers and duties in fulfilling the obligations of the other 2 statutes, which includes economic considerations. And we'll take these one at a time. So the first listed statute is for fishery management plans. This law is part of the Fisheries Reform Act of 1997, so it's probably pretty familiar to you all. The law requires the division to prepare proposed fishery management plans for adoption by the Marine Fisheries Commission for all commercially or recreationally significant species or fisheries that comprise state, marine, or estuarine resources. The law goes on to require what each fishery management plan must contain, which is necessary information pertaining to the fishery, which includes social and economic impact of the fishery to the state. The statute provides a broad requirement to include social and economic impact information, but is not prescribed, and what is contained in the economic section of a fishery management plan can vary across species based on sector participation, markets, potential management, and it can be pretty challenging to predict fisher responses and human behavior reactions to fishery management changes. The fisheries economics section summarizes current fisher behavior and can provide predictions on potential behavior changes based on stakeholder feedback through the scoping process and advisory committee participation process. So the second listed statute applies to the development of state rules, including rules adopted by this commission. This law is part of the Administrative Procedure Act, sometimes referred to as the APA. The APA establishes a uniform system of administrative rulemaking for agencies. The required procedures ensure that the functions of rulemaking are not all performed by the same person in the administrative process. This particular law requires an agency to analyze a proposed rule change if that proposed rule change would require the expenditure or distribution of state funds. In other words, if a proposed rule might cost the state money or provide an economic benefit to the state, an economic analysis called a fiscal note must be undertaken. So the APA and the state budget manual are more prescriptive about the economic analysis requirements for proposed rules. So it's not exactly an apples to apples requirement as compared to the requirements for fishery management plans. The 2 statutes are different. So the third and final listed statute is also part of the Fisheries Reform Act of 1997, sets out the Marine Fisheries Commission's powers and duties. So listed on the screen are 2 of these powers and duties, one for adopting fishery management plans and one for adopting rules. So you have the power and duty to adopt fishery management plans and rules, and in doing so, you must comply with the statutory requirements for each of these, which is including economic considerations. So on this slide, we'll pull those legal requirements into the process of completing economic analyses for the development of fishery management plans. So by law, the Marine Fisheries Commission adopts state fishery management plans for all commercially or recreationally significant species or fisheries that comprise state, marine, or estuarine resources. Also by law, each fishery management plan must contain information about the social and economic impact of the fishery to the state. So there is a fisheries economic section in each species-specific North Carolina fishery management plan. To compile this information, economic contribution analysis software is typically used. In our case, that software is called InPlan. Typically what's reported in those analyses in fishery management plans are output, which are gross sales by businesses, income, which is labor income and proprietary income, and then jobs, which will include full-time and part-time jobs. On this slide, we're going to continue looking at the inputs that go into economic analyses and fishery management plans. The Fisheries Economics Program performs analyses at the sector level. These sectors are typically defined as the commercial and recreational sectors. So to perform these analyses, the Fisheries Economics Program collects data on expenditures by sector. Expenditure data is collected through sector surveys of commercial fishers, dealers, and recreational fishers. The surveys are conducted on a routine basis, which are dependent on funding availability and staff resources. Economic surveys ask stakeholders about expenditures, business practices, demographic information, and perspectives on current or potential management. Expenditure estimates are combined with data collected by the Trip Ticket Program and the Coastal Angling Program, which are both also located in the License and Statistics sections. So the Trip Ticket Program collects data on commercial harvest and prices from harvesters, dealers, wholesalers, and retailers, and the fisher and dealer participants in each fishery. The Coastal Angling Program collects data on recreational fishing pressure and targeted catch by area and mode through the Marine Recreational Information Program. Expenditure and catch or effort data are combined to estimate the economic contributions of each sector. The economics section of each fishery management plan provides a resource for the division and the commission to consider the economic contributions of each sector and fishery while considering management decisions. Now, like we did for fishery management plans, we'll pull the legal requirements and data collection into the process of completing economic analyses for the development of Marine Fisheries Commission's rules. Remember earlier in the presentation I mentioned those three statutes. One of them is 150B to 21.4. This particular law requires an agency to analyze a proposed rule change if that proposed rule change would require the expenditure or distribution of state funds. So this is known as a fiscal note. Agencies use fiscal notes to anticipate and evaluate the likely consequences of rule changes, including both the expected beneficial outcomes and associated costs. The analysis process provides a structured framework for identifying, describing, evaluating, and quantifying the likely effects of proposed rule changes on affected parties. The purpose of this economic analysis is to improve rule design for better effectiveness and efficiency, inform decision makers about likely impacts, communicate with the regulated community and the public, and demonstrate whether a proposed rule change is reasonable and justified. Sector, expenditure, price, effort, participation, and landings are all data that could be used in the analysis, which vary greatly from rule to rule. A fiscal note must be developed by the division and approved by the Office of State and Budget Management, also known as OSBM, before the rulemaking process can even begin, that's how it's set up in the APA. The review and approval of the fiscal note by OSBM does two primary things: verify that the agency has sufficient funds to implement the rules, and ensure the agency has satisfied statutory and other requirements. Importantly, the depth of each analysis is proportional to the complexity of the rule changes. The more complex the rules, the more in-depth the analysis needs to be. So after OSBM approves a fiscal note, then it comes to the agency for approval so the rulemaking process can start. So you may recall that each year, everyone's favorite rulemaking coordinator, Catherine Bloom, brings a package of proposed rules to you for approval to begin the process. That package includes not only the proposed rules, but also the OSBM approved fiscal notes. In fact, you may have noticed in your next agenda item that Catherine will be making that presentation. Fiscal notes provide a resource for the division and the commission to consider the economic contribution of each sector and fishery and potential impacts to state and stakeholders while making rules. Okay, so let's recap what we've covered here. All state species-specific North Carolina fishery management plans include an economic analysis of the fishery as is required by state law. All Marine Fisheries Commission proposed rules include an OSBM-approved economic analysis of expected impacts as is required by state law. Data is collected in the Fisheries Economics Program, the Coastal Angling Program, and the Trip Ticket Program, all to inform the division and the commission on potential impacts of management. And economic information is presented through fishery management plans, and fiscal notes to provide the division and this commission with information on the economic contributions of impacted fisheries and stakeholders. So the division and the commission are in compliance with statutory requirements for economic analysis and fisheries management, both for fishery management plans and Marine Fisheries Commission rules. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation. My contact information is on the screen for both my email and the email of the Fisheries Economics Program. I'd encourage any commissioner or member of the public listening in person or online to reach out if they have any questions about the economic information and analyses, how they're used or performed. And I'm glad to take any questions you may have. Thanks.
Okay, Willie.
Can we cite any examples where efforts were put in place to aid commercial fishermen affected by rulemaking changes?
To help, I'm not sure I understand. Could you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
Historically, as rulemaking changes occur that might affect or are expected to affect substantially a commercial fisherman, has there been, to your knowledge, any efforts to put in place efforts to aid that transition?
Like financial compensation, something like that?
It could be financial compensation. It could be, subsidies, or I don't know the methods. I can't cite the methods, but I guess I'm asking about effort in it of itself, whether it was accomplished or not.
I don't think there's a mechanism through the division to.
Hold on, Kat
Yeah,
says she can
just a
answer it.
couple of things, and Brandy or somebody else might have to help me with this, but I know we had some internal discussions about this the other day regarding what's been done historically. I know there has been legislation in the past that addressed some buyback program, license buyback programs, I believe, and various things like that. There has been internal discussion as well throughout the years of things identical to that. And, I know we discussed this in our prep meeting, Commissioner Claus, if that is something that the commission is ever interested in, any kind of buyout or a subsidy or something along those lines, is certainly something that we could frame up for the commission, and obviously that would have to go to the legislature.
And I know in the 80s, early 80s, when they changed from 1 1/8 to 1 1/4 gillnet, there was a legislative buyback for the 1 1/8 webbing, so the guys could go to the 1 1/4.
And the other thing that we talked about, Chairman Corbett, is something that you mentioned quite frequently, and that was the oyster payouts for, and this was after the red tide in the 80s at some time when the fishermen would. Right, and that's what you talked about a lot.
Right.
So there are some sparse, small scale examples of
There's
those
some
types
real
of
life
things.
examples of doing
Yeah.
something to.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, Tom.
Thank you for your presentation, Jason. You sit in this role having some very qualified economists come before you at the division, and I've known many of them. And what I hope, folks, your takeaway is how much is on your plate, how much stuff you work on, and how it is on literally every level of fishery stuff that we do here. So now I'm going to have kind of a rhetorical question, but do you consider the field of economics a science?
Yes.
Thank you for that, Jason.
Yes, sir, William.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate the presentation. Excuse me. I'd like to ask first, can you think of an FMP or some other document where there is economic analysis that's sort of comprehensive and that you think might provide good examples of the economic analysis and social analysis you've been talking about? Is there one you're kind of proud of, maybe?
Yeah, there's an economic analysis in every fishery management plan.
Right, I'm wondering if there's one that you think would be a good example to kind of dive into.
Oh,
to learn more about your process.
I think we have the spotted sea trout fishery management plan. We just updated. Not one in particular.
Okay.
Any of the 12.
That's fine. That's a reasonable answer.
I'm pointing to.
I don't have one in particular, unless staff over there has one in particular, but I will say that I hope Katie West is listening to me right now. Some of our earlier fishery management plans had a lot more detail as to the economic perspective. They all contain economic analysis at some level, but some of the earlier plans had a lot more information on the written page, so you might want to look at some of those. And it seems like the last shrimp plan, Nod's back there, might have had some detailed analysis about large boat, small boat, and inside, outside, maybe. I can't remember. Check some of the shrimp plans as well.
And I was going to ask also about social impact. And if you could give us some examples of is that a quantitative analysis? And could you maybe give us some examples?
Yeah, usually we rely on the Fisheries Economics Program surveys to get at those kinds of questions. So asking fishermen about different regulations and their reliance on the fishery. Those surveys are reliant on external funds typically. So I've been here for 3 years. In the last 3 years, I've been able to get grants to do 3 surveys. And I've been still working through all of those, all that data. I think in the next year, I was planning to do commercial surveys of the dealers and commercial fishers by area. That's typically how we do it, southern, central, and northern areas. I've been told that maybe the funding might not be there this year for those commercial surveys, and some of the past fishery management plans had updated commercial information in there. So that's, I think, maybe what Kat was alluding to, I know the previous Oyster fishery management plan has more information because they had that updated information. And in this updated Oyster FMP, we point to the previous FMP because we don't have updated information.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
So it's mostly survey data. It's mostly
Correct.
questionnaires. Okay, and my last question, when you consider impact on the regulated communities, economic impact on the regulated community, is the income or relative income of the regulated community considered? Because obviously the impacts would be different if it's it might be more impactful on lower income fishermen. There's a lot of difference, as we hear repeatedly, there's a lot of difference between a single operator who's been dependent on his fishery income for 40 years and a fish house that employs, 30 people, and the fishermen that work there that are maybe in their younger years that are a little more flexible. I'm wondering, is that ever considered? Or could it be?
It is considered. It could be considered, and it is considered, but it is challenging to identify because we only have information about fishing, commercial. We have their commercial receipts, but we don't have a great understanding of maybe what they do outside of fishing, right? So sometimes it could be challenging to identify how in that lowest quartile of either ex-vessel value or landings, it's hard to just rely on just their landings as to understand their whole life, right? So it can be challenging to identify particularly vulnerable groups.
Yeah, and maybe that's a socioeconomic issue. Maybe that's survey data.
Exactly. I think that's something that surveys help to fill in the gaps.
Yeah, it was something I've been thinking about and that another commissioner mentioned to me and that I might raise again later.
Yeah,
As an issue. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
All right. Yes, sir.
I'll just note that all of these responses, and it is a heavy load, are nonetheless being generated plan by plan, rule by rule, event by event in a changing landscape and world. And what I think the complaint we hear the most is the aggregate effect of taking away access to this and that and the other altogether. And so the question has to do with the tools that you have now or that you could have to be able to track the way those pieces fit together. Noting that, remember that our FMP authority isn't prescribed by species only, but by any combination of gear and species and location, and whether that interaction among losses of access to income or economic performance for society or any other outcome might be shaped by the individual decisions that we make. And so I wondered if you could take just a moment and help us to understand what the division does now to track through time the aggregate, both performance and also burden being put on the fishermen.
I'm not sure. I mean, we're continually collecting data on effort, landings, participation.
What I was getting at is, for instance, there's a Fishery Economics of the United States report that's compiled by National Marine Fisheries Service on I can't remember if it's biennial basis, right? And so is there an equivalent aggregate indicator being developed being implemented by the division that tracks the additive performance of economic and social performance of the fishing sector in North Carolina? And could there be other things that we consider to look at these aggregate effects?
I apologize. I understand now. Yeah, we publish the annual report every year, and that has an economic section, section 6. So I would point you in that direction, and that it isn't as in some ways it's more detailed than the NOAA's Fisheries Economics of the United States report, which we also rely on.
I guess I shouldn't have been so oblique. I think that's an important thing. You know, as we look in the weeds, necessarily and importantly so, in the weeds decision by decision, but the division is also tracking the aggregate effect. And I think it would be useful to us when you determine that some things might be missing and that additional resources might help our view of that overall picture, that you could come to us and request our assistance in finding those resources.
Hello, everybody. I'm Brandy Salmon. I'm the section chief for our licensing statistics section. And so Jason's economics program is within our section. And I think Tom Roller kind of alluded to this a little bit, in that Jason is a one-man band. He is all by himself currently, and he does all of this workload, and it's insane. And so he does a great job with what he has and with his resources. And unfortunately, there aren't many, especially at this day and age, to be able to get economics data. And so he does the best he can working with trying to hire temporary staff to be able to help him implement surveys, but we can only go as far as one person can go. And so we would love to be able to have a bunch of different economic surveys for multiple industries and be able to continuously have those throughout time to be able to compare them long term. But because we don't have a very stable program, we've had lots of turnover with the economics program as well. Trying to keep an economist that knows anything about fish is really hard. And so that being able to continuously have those surveys, we still try to do, but it is very hard when you don't have the resources. And so Jason is actually working with our Department of Information Technology to be able to develop a database that houses socioeconomic data that can eventually be shared with the whole East Coast with ACCSP, so that survey data can actually be comparable amongst states using the same similar questions and responses rather than everybody just throwing out random questions that they have for their own states. And so we're working on trying to get something, long-term and over, multiple people, but takes time and takes resources.
Thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Jason. Oh, wait a minute. Go ahead, Mike.
It's a big subject, and when talking about commercial industry and the economic analysis and impacts over time, and I'm sitting here trying to gather my thoughts, and so I guess the division's trying to answer the question from the commission of do they consider the economic analysis of each fishery and whatnot, but I want to put this into perspective for y'all. Y'all meet and join as a commission body meet and join every 3 months, and we're given an agenda. And so what I'm saying is, y'all are on the outside trying to look in through paper documents and anecdotal talk and all this stuff, but a couple of us are sitting here and we're on the ground level. And I can promise you that the rules and the FMPs that we approve here has had a great impact on the economics of the commercial industry of this state. And it's very hard to see from sitting right here in these seats. But I can promise you that what commercial industry looked like 10 years ago does not look like today, and 20 years ago didn't look like 10 years ago, which looks like today. And as I've seen these rules and FMPs progress, I've seen participation significantly decline. And some of them were lucky to be able to transition into fisheries like catfishing. And that was a saving grace to the Albemarle Sound, believe it or not, for commercial fishermen. Just to have old sorry blue catfish show up, which nobody really wants there. And so if it weren't for that blue catfish, I can tell you economically that the entire fishery up there would probably be deleted, including a lot of the blue crabbers that are on the edge, right? Because there's issues that potentially are going to be taken up by this same table. And so when you talk about economic analysis, I think it's easy to just look at a document and say, oh yeah, there was changes, but to truly understand the changes that took place, you kind of had to be there and see it happen and what it once was and what it is today. And that's when you really can put it into perspective. The fish house is going down. The fish house is going out of business because the fishermen are just not there to service them. The fish houses that struggle to stay in business because each year and with each decision we make takes one little more pinch away. Things like inflations, where gear costs significantly more today than it did 10 and 20 years ago. Boat motors, boats, the people to service them. Right on down the line, gear makers, the people that used to support the industry that just aren't there anymore and that have had to raise their prices in order to survive. And so, we can sit around and talk about what gets put on paper inside of an FMP, and that's fine. But I think historically, if you were to take and do a real study on the economic impacts of how these regulations have come down and affected the industry, you would see how detrimental that was. And so, a 30-minute roundtable about it just really doesn't put it into perspective. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Brandy. Thank you. Okay, Kat.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your comments, Mike. Talking about the consideration of economic impacts in our fishery management plans, it gets down to what everything in fisheries management gets down to, and it's the balance of the resource and the economics and the access that both commercial, recreational, seafood consumers, that everybody has to the resource. And it is a tough balance. And we have certainly, we certainly witness exactly what you're talking about. And this recent, and we've heard of it other times, but this recent issues with flounder have been, for recreational tackle store owners. We've probably heard from tackle store owners more on this issue of flounder than I have experienced anyway in my career. They've come out of the woodwork saying this is detrimental to our business. So that doesn't go unnoticed for us. Obviously, we're not commercial fishermen or dependent on recreational fishing for our livelihood, so I'm not trying to minimize that, but certainly the economical impacts that, even the recommendations that we bring to this commission, it's not lost on us what they mean to the public and to the fishermen. We certainly understand that. And again, trying to strike that balance is a difficult thing, and it's one of the things that makes fisheries very difficult to manage.
And one thing before you, I think the lady said it best in public comment yesterday when she said, the one thing you don't see in all of this, or the one thing that would not show up in your economic impact is, how many days we don't work anymore because there's nowhere to go with the product, because there's been so many fish houses shut down. There used to be 3 picking houses in Wilmington. There hasn't been a picking house in Wilmington in 10 years. There used to be 2 in Brunswick County. There's none there no more. The only picking houses are up here. It used to be that I went out and caught however many crabs I caught in a day. And everybody says, well, your landings are down. Well, they are down because I don't catch but what I can sell. If I can't catch but 7 bushels today, that's all I'm catching today, because there's nowhere to go to them with them until another guy calls me and says, hey, I need some over here. So my own thing is I catch what I've got sold, as to where it used to be, if I didn't have it sold to my bushel market, I carry it to a picking house. And so that reflects, with your data, that blue crabbing is down. But, if you get on the boat and go out there and look, it's definitely not down. But I know it looks like that to everybody, and, and that the economics eat us up everywhere, And so when Virginia first opens during the year, there's no need in us crabbing when they first open, because they ship everywhere. They start off really good. They fall off, but they start off really good, and the price goes to nothing. And so, Mike and I aren't going to go out there and catch crabs for nothing, So, we get some days off, and then the statistics show, well, daggone, they didn't catch nothing last week. Well, we sure didn't, because it wasn't worth anything. Why go catch it? But when you look at the data on the papers, it looks like, oh, there's no crabs. They didn't catch nothing that week. Well, they were there. It just wasn't worth catching them. And that's my thing about economics, that nobody at this table can see except for Mike and I, because we live it every day. But, yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Sammy. As a for-hire fisherman, I live the economics of fisheries every day myself. And I wanted to thank the director for bringing that up, because the economics, the actions that we take affect the economies, not just of the commercial fishery, but the recreational fishery, which is huge and produces more than $1 billion to our state economy every year. And as a fisherman on the ground, when we do something like have to rebuild southern flounder, it changes fishermen's behavior, and the recreational fishing community, for hire guides, tackle shops, become more dependent on a few species, putting them closer to the brink of having really bad years or big losses. So it's important to note that these economic impacts are felt across the entire coastal economy.
Yeah, Brandy.
I just want to put in a selfish plug. A lot of the survey data that we collect is dependent on people answering these questions in these surveys and participating in them. So please, if you feel like economics are an important part of the fishery, please encourage people to fill out and contribute to these surveys, because that's what we're going off of, is the data that we get. So please fill those out if you feel like this is really important, because we cannot get an accurate idea of what is actually happening out there without your insight.
Brandy and Jason, appreciate it. Excellent presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Jess.
Oh, go ahead. So we're way ahead schedule, and I have to use the bathroom. So I was wondering if you'd be willing to take a 5 or 10 minute break. And I do want to remind all of the commissioners, especially since Philip made the comment about the audio recording being the record. Make sure when you're speaking to speak into the microphone. I've had a couple of comments from people sending me. Also, don't knock over your drinks, please, because I almost just did that.
Okay, well, now, see, you messed yourself up, because I was only going to allow you one thing, and you did the bathroom and the announcement, so now you can't go to the bathroom.
Well, darn.
All right, so we'll take a 10-minute break.
Perfect.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to start moving back to our seats because Catherine's going to put me in trouble if I don't get something done. We're not going to let her wait too long.
I just don't want you waiting on me.
How are you today, Catherine?
I'm well. I hope you are.
Yes, ma'am. I was having to sit beside Philip, but other than that, yeah, I'm pretty good. So I think Jesse just went out to try to collect the rest of them up. All right, everybody get to your seat. We're getting ready to start. All right. All right, everybody calm down. Go ahead, Catherine. Don't seem like anybody's in a hurry to get back, so go ahead and start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Catherine Bloom, and I'm the Division's Rulemaking Coordinator for the Marine Fishery Commission rules. Today, I'm going to provide an update to you on the ongoing rulemaking cycles that you have. At the end of the presentation, you are scheduled to take an action today, and that's to vote on approval of notice of text to begin the process for the 9 rules in this year's rule package. As the rulemaking coordinator, I have the privilege of presenting all of this information to you, but I do want to take a minute and just acknowledge the staff and the team effort that goes into preparing all of this. You only hear from me, but there's a whole lot of people behind this information that goes into preparing the rules for you. All right, so we have an overview of the presentation here. We'll start with an update on 2 of your ongoing rulemaking cycles, including the completion of the 23-24 cycle and the subjects and next steps for the 24-25 cycle. And then, as I mentioned, we'll look at the new proposed rules for this year's cycle, the 25-26 cycle. Then there'll be an opportunity to address any questions you may have, and finally, the scheduled rulemaking action to begin the process for the 9 rules. All right, so we're going to close out the 23-24 cycle. Yes, we're still talking about 2023. At your May meeting 2 years ago, you began the process by starting with notice of text for rulemaking. That was a very large package of rules, 103 rules in total. And it covered 4 different subjects: data collection and harassment prevention for the conservation of marine and estuarine resources. We had conforming changes for shellfish and lease rules, shellfish sanitation requirements for shellfish plants and inspections, and also then oyster sanctuaries. So you approved the rules in stages, and that, as a result, the rules had staggered effective dates. The first batch came through effective April 1st of 2024, and most recently March 24th of this year, and that was the end of the last of the rules becoming effective, some of those following the legislative review process. So all 103 rules are now in effect, and I'm proud to say and happy to say the process is finally complete. Next up is the 24-25 cycle. So this cycle is currently underway. At your August meeting last year, that's when you started the process by approving notice of text for rulemaking. This package has just 8 rules in it and covers 3 different subjects. So these should sound more familiar to you because it's been more recent when it began. We have the Interstate Wildlife Violator Compact, false albacore management, and also pot marking requirements. So quickly we'll review the next steps for these rules. This slide shows an overview of the required steps in the rulemaking process, and there's something similar in your briefing materials. It covers the same steps. So on October 1st of last year, a news release was issued and the proposed rules were published in the North Carolina Register, and that's what starts the public comment process. That public comment period closed on December 2nd of last year. We did hold a single public hearing October 30th. Then at your March meeting, the rescheduled meeting from our late snow this year, you received all those public comments, and then this commission gave final approval of those permanent rules. And so that brings us to the most recent steps in the process for this package of 8 rules. On April 24th, the Rules Review Commission approved 2 of the rules, the pot marking rule and also the false albacore management rule. The POTS rule is automatically subject to legislative review because it sets a criminal penalty in rule. And then the false albacore rule is subject to legislative review because pursuant to the Administrative Procedure Act, there were at least 10 letters requesting legislative review of that rule. So these 2 rules will be available for the legislative review process in the 2026 short session. The remaining 6 rules are for the Interstate Wildlife Violator Compact. Those are scheduled for review by the Rules Review Commission on May 29th, so next week. If the Rules Review Commission approves those 6 rules, they will be effective as early as June 1st. I will say there is a date built into those rules to not consider any violations until July 1, regardless of when the rules become effective, because there is some uncertainty of that effective date, and that aligns with the fiscal year and also license sales. So it's a nice clean start. Once these rules do become effective, a news release will be issued and a supplement to your rules will also be published. All right, now we're going to get into the new stuff, the 2025-2026 rulemaking cycle. And these are all rule amendments. So they're all existing rules that are proposed for amendment. And as I've said, you're scheduled to begin the process by voting on notice of text for rulemaking. There are just 2 subjects for these 9 rules. One is permit rule amendments, and then the other are conforming rule amendments for franchises and shellfish leases. So a fiscal analysis for each subject has been approved by the Office of State Budget and Management. Those documents are in your briefing materials, and this is what Jason Walsh just finished explaining the process about with the fiscal notes and OSBM approval. Additionally, there is an issue paper for each of these 2 subjects that provides even more background information and a detailed description of the individual proposed changes to each rule. With that, the rulemaking process is ready to begin. So we're going to take a closer look at the subjects for each of these, and then we'll get into those next steps. The first subject is the permit rules. And there are proposed amendments to 5 of the Commission's rules as listed on the slide. The first of which is about general definitions, and then the next is record-keeping requirements. And the other 3 rules are permit procedures and permit conditions. So these proposed amendments would do 3 general categories of things. Update and clarify the rules, reduce burden on regulated stakeholders, and also achieve some efficiencies in processes. So we're going to look at those three categories. This gets a little bit of detail, but you haven't heard this material before, so I want to make sure the Commission is familiar with what is before you for your vote today. All right, so we're going to take a closer look at the category of things that are updating and clarifying in these rules. We have 4 permits that the division anticipates a continuing need for. These are currently issued by proclamation. So those 4 permits are the estuarine flounder dealer permit, the estuarine gillnet permit, otherwise known as the EGNP, shellfish lease restoration permit, and then the shellfish relocation permit. So in general, the division recommends moving long-standing proclamations and requirements that are no longer variable into permanent rule, and this aids in the clarity of what the regulations are for the general public, for the regulated public. Additionally, North Carolina General Statute 150B-19.1 sets requirements for agencies in the rulemaking process, yours included. So those rules include requirements, the requirements include that the rules shall be written in a clear and unambiguous manner. So relocating these permits into rule makes it easier for stakeholders to find the requirements for the fishery in which they participate. There's also a permit condition about data collection implemented by proclamation. Now, that is already in 5 different commission rules. It was part of the package that finally became complete from 2 years ago. That data collection permit condition is also proposed to be added to commission rule for clarity. So there's a 6th rule that needs that same component. So the 4 permits and the permit condition are proposed to be moved into commission rule. And again, that's because the division anticipates a continuing need for them. In other words, they're no longer variable. The next item is to broaden the definition of educational institution as it relates to 2 different permits. So the 2 permits are the scientific or educational activity permit. This one's known as the CAP. And then the Coastal Recreational Fishing License Exemption Permit, or CRUFL Exemption Permit. So the Commission's definition, your definition for educational institution, currently does not use broad enough language to include elementary through high schools, which seems counterintuitive. We're talking about an educational institution. So it also does not include educational enrichment organizations. And many of these types of entities apply for CAPs or CRUFL exemption permits and otherwise would be approved. So proposed amendments would expand the definition of educational institution, and an easy way to do that is to link into an existing definition in statute for public school unit. That includes charter schools and elementary through high schools. So these proposed amendments also would add the private schools and organizations whose mission includes education. And all of these changes would align with the original purpose of these 2 permits, the CAP and the CRUFL exemption permit, and it would help clarify whether these educational entities can be issued one of the permits. All right, the next proposed amendments would add web page links to different rules for supporting information that could change frequently. So by the APA, you can't put information in a rule, but we can put a website to point regulated stakeholders to where we can provide additional information. And then as that information changes over time, we don't have to worry about rulemaking or anything along those lines. We can just update the web page. So one example is there is a page, a requirement in rule for permit, different procedures, and we have added the web page there. It guides the public to a place on the division website where you can read which offices issue which permits, because not every office issues every permit, and that can change over time. So it's just one example where we can keep things current on the web page and put that link in the rule to make sure people can get connected with what they need to know. All right, the next one is the proposed repeal of the horseshoe crab biomedical use permit. So this permit allows the use of horseshoe crabs taken from North Carolina joint or coastal fishing waters for biomedical purposes. It was introduced in 2000, 25 years ago in North Carolina, and in those 25 years, there has only been a single permit issued under which the sale occurred for those biomedical products. The Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, ASMFC, they are the entity that manages horseshoe crab populations along the Atlantic coast, and the management plan balances the bait harvest and biomedical uses with regulations to ensure sustainability. There is no indication in recent years that interest in this fishery will increase in North Carolina, and as such, the proposed action is not expected to have an impact on the industry in North Carolina. Now, it's important to note, eliminating this permit does not disallow the use of horseshoe crabs for biomedical use purposes, but access to those horseshoe crabs would have to occur during the annual open commercial harvest season, which is January through April. And it would still be counted toward the annual bait quota for compliance with that ASMFC management plan. In the past, when someone would request a permit and that permit would be issued, it's very time intensive for the division employees to collect the information from permit holders to meet the interstate FMP requirements. And that's regardless of whether biomedical product sale occurred. It's a lot of work for one permit in 25 years. The next item is a conforming amendment that's proposed to the record-keeping requirements rule, and that would clarify that a fish dealer is required to submit a trip ticket for fish not sold. So this is part of the mandatory harvest reporting requirements. While the word transaction, which occurs in general statute relative to the commercial fishing record-keeping requirements, and that is already in place. But the changes then are consistent with that general statute and also your rules for the mandatory harvest reporting that are already, have already been adopted. So those temporary rules were adopted effective last July to align with whenever the mandatory harvest reporting requirements go into place. Again, as the director said, currently still scheduled for December 1st of this year. But we wanted to clarify within the record-keeping requirement rule sort of the linkage to those mandatory harvest reporting requirements. And so this is the only item that's not strictly about permits, but it's in a permit-related rule that's already being opened up for other purposes, and so it was a good opportunity to clarify this piece. And then finally, there's just some minor conforming and grammatical amendments proposed to this group of rules. So, Mr. Chairman, please don't worry. That was the longest section of the presentation. It gets faster from here, okay? All right, so we're gonna look at the second category of general changes regarding these permit rules. We covered the proposed amendments for updating and clarifying. Now we're gonna look at those that are expected to reduce the burden on regulated stakeholders. And this is expected to occur in two specific ways. The first is to add email as an additional way to satisfy call-in requirements for two permits. One I just talked about in another setting, which is the SEAP, the Scientific or Educational Activity Permit, and the other is known as the WEEDL, and that is the permit for weekend trawling for live shrimp. So both of these permits, the SEAP and the WEEDL, have a call-in requirement when a fisherman is going to fish under that permit. And so the proposed changes would add email as another way to alert the division that they intend to go fishing. And so it would satisfy the requirement, but it would also make it easier for regulated stakeholders to forward the required information and for the division to track the activity that's going on. The second proposed amendment is to remove a requirement that's currently in your rules, and that's to notarize a permit application. And instead, the notary requirement will apply only to the initial general permit condition form. So you won't need to notarize something for which you may not be approved. If the permit is approved and you need the condition form, then that is the form that would be required to be notarized, again, just to verify someone's identity. And that's a more appropriate time in the permit issuance process to do that. All right, so the third and final type of permit changes, this applies to quota monitored fisheries, and there would be some efficiencies to gain in those fisheries. The changes would require any seafood dealer that reports trip tickets electronically to also report their quota monitoring logs electronically. So with the addition in 2022 of the estuarine flounder dealer permit, there was a marked increase in the total number of dealers that held at least one permit for monitoring fisheries under a quota or allocation. It went from 59 to 148. That equates to a 151% increase. We have just 2 biologists within the division that are tasked with monitoring quotas from this expanded group of stakeholders. So the growth in permit holders necessitates expansion of the reporting methods. In other words, electronic means to maximize reporting efficiency and accuracy and also minimize burden on dealers and division staff. So it's expected to yield a significant savings of dealer and division staff time and resources with no additional cost. So for the 2024 license year, there were 67 e-dealers that hold permits for at least one quota monitored species. Of these, 16 choose to report every day during the open season their quota monitoring logs by phone. And so to do that by phone instead of electronic means, that's what they choose to do currently. So adding a requirement for those e-dealers to submit their quota monitoring logs electronically would be in effect only on a small subsection of the overall group. And it would also free up time for division staff to then follow up by phone with folks that may not have submitted their quota monitoring logs quite yet. And that's especially critical when commercial harvest for a quota monitored species has ended and the final accounting needs to occur. So it would free up the staff to be able to follow up on those that haven't reported by not having to answer 16 additional phone calls every day, sometimes to hear that they don't intend to fish or they have 0. All right, so we're going to shift away from permits. This is the second part of this package of rules, and this is about the franchises and shellfish leases. And again, there are 5 different rules that are in play here. The first of which is that general definitions rule. Now, this is the same definitions rule as the proposed amendments that are in the permit section of this presentation. So I know you think I'm crazy and I talked about 5 rules and 5 rules, but somehow 5 plus 5 equals 9. And that's because there's one rule in common between the 2 subjects. So there's only 9 unique rules total in this group. Sorry, my finger hit the button twice, and so I know I skipped something. Here we go. So we have that definition rule, and then the 4 other rules are specific to franchises and shellfish leases. So these also would accomplish several different things. The proposed amendments would align the Commission's rules with current statutory authority and division procedures for franchises and shellfish leases. And let me explain what that means. That was pretty wordy. So we have shellfish franchises that are recognized under general statute, and those are perpetual. And the division has understood that because franchises are perpetual, the division does not have authority to terminate a franchise, and so subjecting a franchise to production requirements would have no consequence. The General Assembly codified this understanding last year with the passage of Session Law 2024-32, and that removed franchises from the production requirements of an earlier session law in 2019, which was the Shellfish Aquaculture Bill. So the Commission's authority over private and protected deeded rights of a shellfish franchise is very limited to things such as proper marking requirements and then permitting of aquaculture activities that occur on that franchise. So proposed amendments include the removal of franchises from all shellfish production requirements because those production requirements are grounds for termination of a shellfish lease only. So proposed amendments also remove franchises from the rule for termination procedures. There are additional proposed amendments to clarify an earlier shellfish lease rule amendment. This just became effective March 24th, and that piece limits additional acreage for shellfish leaseholders who are not in good standing with their current lease. These amendments clarify several things. Who would determine eligibility for additional shellfish lease acreage, the time at which the determination of eligibility would occur, What is considered to be additional shellfish lease acreage? What does that mean? And then what is considered, quote, acres under a shellfish lease? This is all terminology in the rule, and these changes would clarify some of these pieces. Again, there are other minor proposed amendments in this group of rules that clarify the production requirements for shellfish leases based on the date that the shellfish lease was granted or renewed. All right, that was all the information explaining what the proposed changes are. So we're back together, permits, shellfish leases, franchises, all together in the 25-26 package. Now we're going to take a look at the steps in this package and where we're heading. And again, there's a similar looking table in your materials. I earlier stated the Office of State Budget and Management approved the required fiscal analysis of the proposed rules for each of these two subjects. And so with that, rulemaking is now ready to begin. And that process starts with your vote on notice of text for rulemaking. That's what it's called under the APA. So your vote covers both the proposed rules and the approved fiscal analyses. And Jason walked through this in his presentation earlier this morning. If you approve notice of text today, then the proposed rules would be published in the North Carolina Register in August, and that would begin the public comment process, and a public hearing would follow. Then in November, I would bring back to you the results of that public comment period, and then the commission would be asked to vote on final approval of the rules. These rules are all automatically subject to legislative review or related to a rule that is, then they need to stay together. So they will definitely have a delayed effective date, and the earliest that could occur would be into the 2026 short session, maybe as early as June of next year. So the action before you today is to vote on approval for notice of text for rulemaking to begin the process for the 9 rules in your 25-26 cycle. Mr. Chairman, if you'll indulge me just a few seconds longer, I do want to acknowledge the hard work of numerous staff. I said this at the outset. I actually sat down and made a list because if you name specific people, it's really easy to leave somebody out. So I am going to read this list of names. I don't normally do this. This is the case with each of your rule packages, but this particular group of rules had so many diverse subjects, as you can tell by the length of the presentation. So I'm going to pause and just say thank you to the following folks: Brandy Salmon, Zach Harrison, Sean Meyer, John Weaver, Brian Deans, Jason Walsh, Tina Moore, Lynn Ewart, Matthew Doster, Barbie Bird, Christina Flanagan, Samir Baddock, Josh Beal, Stacy Tripp, and Sharon Lewis. And my goodness, I hope I didn't leave anybody specific out, but there are a lot of folks involved that made this happen and brought this group to you today. That does conclude what I had to say, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to take any questions, and I'll end with a slide that has the particular nomenclature just to facilitate the action before you today. Thank you.
Okay, so does anybody want to make a motion on any of these, or yes, Tom?
I'd move that we approve both packages. Do you need me to read them out?
Do we need to do them separate, or we need to do one at a time, or can we do them both at the same time?
You can do them as presented.
Okay, so we do one at a time.
No, as presented.
Okay.
As approved.
Okay, that's good.
I move that we approve the notice of text of rulemaking as presented on all the rules.
Second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Jesse, we'll do a roll call on this. Yes, sir, Ryan.
Is this for the actual rules, or is this for the text?
So this is what kicks off the process. The APA wants proposed rules to go out to the world, right? So these rules would be published, if you approve this vote, the rules would be published in the register as proposed rules so that the public has an opportunity to weigh in. There would be a 60-day public comment period with a single hearing, and then you would hear the results of that in November to inform your final vote on the rules. That's when that would occur, is your November meeting. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, yes, sir.
Just so I understand on horseshoe crab, I was involved in that back in the dark ages. So this doesn't go dark in terms of information, it just rolls it into the bait category in terms of information about harvest. There wouldn't be any potential reduction in information about horseshoe crab harvest. Is that correct?
No, because if someone wanted to
I'm just making sure I understand.
That's right. If they wanted to participate in the biomedical use aspects of this fishery, they would still have to inform us of that. And so it would be counted against the bait quota, not the biomedical portion. But
What I was saying about was the mechanism to get that information.
there is still a mechanism. The point is, though, that there haven't been any participants, so.
I fully understand that. I just
Okay.
didn't want to accidentally create a loophole. You see what
Yes,
I'm
sir. And so the staff is required each year to submit a compliance report to the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission on the managed species, including horseshoe crab. And so this essentially is a pertinent negative section of that report every year because we haven't had any active participants for the biomedical portion. Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Okay, Jess.
Commissioner Bethea?
Aye.
Commissioner Blanton?
Aye.
Commissioner Claus?
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner?
Aye.
Commissioner Hopgood?
Aye.
Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Commissioner Service?
Aye.
And Chairman Corbett.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Catherine, before you
Hold
go.
on, hold on,
if you go-
Catherine, before you
anywhere,
go.
Catherine said it well earlier about the number of folks that go into this. And as you all know, sitting around this table, especially after the first year when you're finally getting a hang of everything that's coming to you, what you do is incredibly impactful. It's incredibly nuanced and technical, and certainly important. But it is often hard to understand the amount of work it takes to get rules to you to begin with. And there is even less understanding of what it takes to get rules over the finish line before the Rules Review Commission and questions from Rules Review Commission counsel. And so, Mr. Chairman, I just want to take a moment, as Catherine thanked everyone else, I wanted to take a moment to commend her for all of her hard work, especially in getting rules that would otherwise seem simple over the finish line with questions from folks who are not part of the process on the front end, and then they suddenly have all of these questions at the back end, things like how do you define violation, that kind of stuff. And so Catherine is the tip of the spear on those things and making sure that the responses get made and understood, and she coordinates and collaborates with everyone. And so I just wanted to take a minute to express my appreciation to her and let you all understand exactly how hard she works to make sure that the rules that you choose to adopt actually make it into the code. It's a very, very involved process. And so, Catherine, I just want to say she does a great job, and thank you for that.
Appreciate those comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Kat, you weren't here a minute ago, so I asked Robert McLean to get ready to do the blue crab since we were at lunchtime now. So we got 45, 50 minutes, and they got time to do their presentation on this side of lunch. That work for you?
It's fine with me, Mr.
I like
Chairman.
picking on McLean and Robert, so I figured, why not them,
Well,
right?
I'm sure they're ready and prepared for it.
One of them said something about if they could leave now, they didn't have to be back after lunch or something, and a party. I don't know exactly what was.
Sammy, 1 second. There might be a couple members of the public that were here to see this presentation. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, I turned that off. I'd like to at least take a second to check and see if they're here.
And I think this is pretty much the same presentation we've seen, right? You didn't?
It's very similar to the
Yeah.
presentation we gave at the advisory committee meeting.
That's right, yeah. And Richard, you were the only one here to see it, weren't you? You were the only one here to see it? Okay, all right. Okay, well, they can get started with their preliminary anyway. Go ahead, McLean.
Yep, so my name is McLean Seward. I'm one of the division's blue crab leads based out of Wilmington, and with me is Robert Corbett, the other blue crab lead based out of the Elizabeth City office. And today we'll be discussing Amendment 3, Adaptive Management, the division's preliminary recommendations for management changes that were presented to the advisory committees in March, summary of advisory committee discussion, and recommendations and next steps. There's no action for the commission today. This is a presentation to provide you with information about the adaptive management process and feedback from the advisory committees. I also wanted to direct you to your decision document, which includes background information and management options, and we'll be referencing specific parts of that document at points during this presentation. And then following the presentation, we'll be happy to answer any questions. So today's presentation will begin with a recap of our timeline, a summary of the stock assessment update, a look at trends we've observed in the blue crab stock, and an overview of Amendment 3 Adaptive Management Framework. We'll then transition into a discussion of potential management options, the preliminary division recommendations presented to the advisory committees, and a summary of advisory committee discussion and recommendations. And then we'll conclude with next steps and a timeline moving forward. So looking at the timeline we've taken for Amendment 3, Adaptive Management, this process started in May 2024. Since then, we've provided updates to the MFC at every meeting, presented information to the advisory committees twice, solicited public input, and drafted a revision. The draft revision was supposed to be presented to the MFC at the February 2025 meeting, but because weather delayed that meeting until March, the meeting agenda was modified to focus on action items, and because blue crab did not have any action items, the update was removed from the agenda. Instead, the draft revision and preliminary division recommendations were presented to the MFC advisory committees in March. And again, there's no action for the commission at this meeting. We'll come back to you in August with final recommendations. And at that meeting, you're scheduled to vote on management measures and adopt the revision.
I don't, so I can stop you there because it won't be in August, it'll be in November.
Okay, so before we get into current stock trends, I wanted to make a few notes about the benchmark stock assessment, the assessment update, or the updated assessment, and why we aren't using the updated assessment to inform harvest reductions. The benchmark stock assessment was completed in 2018 and determined the stock was overfished and overfishing was occurring as of 2016. In 2023, the assessment was updated with data through 2022. An update just means we're adding additional data to the benchmark stock assessment, so not making any changes to the model, just adding data. Although the trends of this update match closely to the benchmark, the resulting reference points exhibited significant shifts. The reference points changed to the extent where the stock status would have been significantly worse compared to that of the benchmark, to the point where the stock would have been overfished and overfishing would have been occurring through the entire time series. An external review of the assessment update was completed in late December 23. Reviewers identified concerns with model specifications and results and strongly recommended resolving these issues before basing any management decisions on the assessment update. And suggestions provided by the reviewers can only be incorporated with a new benchmark stock assessment. So given concerns identified by DMF and external reviewers, the 2023 stock assessment update will not be used to inform harvest reduction percentages. And I'll note that the issues identified by the division and peer reviewers are related to the model itself, not the data going into the model. Not using the updated stock assessment for management does not invalidate the data sources. And so while not being used to inform harvest reductions, the update still provides useful information. And these figures show data through 2022, the terminal year of the assessment, and date back to 1995. The top figure illustrates the estimated number of recruits, or juvenile crabs, in the stock. And the bottom figure illustrates the estimated number of spawning females in the stock. Estimates from the benchmark assessment are orange, and estimates from the assessment update are blue. Trends from the benchmark assessment and the update match closely, and both figures clearly indicate steady declines, with the decline in spawning females closely following the decline in recruitment. Both showed continued declines since 2016, with the lowest estimates being in the later part of the time series from 2016 through 2022. Looking into some of our independent data, these figures show abundance of male and female blue crabs from our Program 195 Pamlico Sound Trawl Survey. Males are blue and females are orange. Please note the difference in scales used on the y-axis. The figures on the left show recruit abundance with the June survey shown on the top and the September survey on the bottom. And the same applies for the figures on the right, but for adult crabs. Although there are some spikes throughout the time series, abundance of males and females of both life stages have generally declined since the mid-90s and early 2000s, with continued low abundance, including some of the lowest values occurring between 2016 and 2023. And we realize there are some spikes that have occurred recently, particularly the recruit abundance in June 2017 and 2019, the September 2018 recruit abundance, and June 2019 adult female abundance. Those spikes are indicative of good year classes, not a growing population, as abundance quickly dropped to some of the lowest levels the following years. We would want to see a continued increase over multiple years to indicate increasing abundance and population growth. One more thing to point out is that due to the short lifespan of blue crabs, the crabs making up the spikes displayed in these figures are no longer alive and aren't contributing to the population. The overall recruitment decline is further illustrated in these figures, which show male and female recruits from our Program 120 Juvenile Trawl Survey. Male recruits are on the top in blue, and females are on the bottom in orange. And both have steadily declined through the time series, with abundance in the 2016 through 2023 period being the lowest ever on record. This figure shows commercial landings of all blue crabs from 1994 through 2023. Landings of all blue crabs have declined since the record high of 67 million pounds back in '96. In 2022, the harvest level dropped to the lowest in the time series, only 9.5 million pounds. And this matches well with our independent data, which showed higher recruit and adult abundance in the 90s and early 2000s before declining through 2023. Also shown on this figure are the dates of important fishery management changes since adoption of the original FMP in 1998. The original FMP, Amendment 1 and Amendment 2 primarily focused on issues related to user group conflict, enforcement, and adaptive management. And until adoption of the Amendment 2 revision and Amendment 3, there had been no management that would directly limit harvest to any extent, yet landings continued to decline. So in addition to declining harvest levels, we see a similar decline in participation and number of trips. The blue bars represent the number of participants, which corresponds to the axis on the left, and the orange line represents the number of blue crab trips, which corresponds to the axis on the right. Similar to the previous figure, dates for all important fishery management changes are indicated. In 2023, North Carolina had less than 1/4 of the number of participants we did back in 96 and 97, and slightly more than 1/5 the number of trips recorded in 98. Now we realize and we're well aware that factors other than a declining stock can lead to decreased landings, trips, and participants, but we're also at all-time lows in recruitment based on our independent surveys, which in combination provide some evidence that these landings are influenced by a low population. And I'd also like to point out the declines we've seen in North Carolina, in the stock in North Carolina are not unique. Other states along the Atlantic coast have observed similar declines. In January 2023, the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources released a status report for the South Carolina blue crab fishery. And shown here is a figure from the South Carolina report illustrating the coastwide commercial landings declines. This figure from the same report shows blue crab abundance in pre- and post-2000 sampling from 5 South Carolina fishery independent surveys, including a pot survey. 4 of the 5 surveys show declines in abundance post-2000 compared to pre-2000. The report concluded that the South Carolina blue crab stock has been in decline for nearly 2 decades, and provided recommendations to prevent overharvesting, gradually reduce fishing pressure, prevent overexploitation, and strengthen enforcement capabilities. Likewise, reports from the Chesapeake Bay indicate that although the blue crab stock is not depleted and overfishing is not occurring, juvenile abundance remains low, with some of the lowest abundance estimates occurring from 2021 through 2024. Precautionary management focusing on protecting mature females and juveniles has been recommended for the Chesapeake Bay stock, and a benchmark stock assessment has begun to better understand the population. The Amendment 3 Adaptive Management Framework can be used to implement management meant to counter the long-term declining trends in the blue crab stock. The Adaptive Management Framework is prescriptive in how it can be used and the steps that must be taken. And there's 2 key points I want to highlight. First, we do not have an updated stock assessment we can use to inform harvest reductions, but available data indicate Amendment 3 management is not working as intended and is not projected to meet sustainability requirements. And as a result, the Adaptive Management Framework allows for reevaluation and implementation of revised and/or new management. Second, it's important to note, since management changes would be implemented through the Adaptive Management Framework adopted in Amendment 3, any management action the MFC pursues must be quantifiable, which means that we must be able to estimate how proposed options will affect harvest. For example, a season closure is a quantifiable measure because we can use data from the previous years to estimate how harvest would be reduced. However, pot limits would not be a quantifiable measure. As a reminder, the benchmark stock assessment projections indicated a minimum reduction of 0.4% was needed to end overfishing, and a minimum harvest reduction of 2.2% was needed to achieve sustainable harvest and rebuild the blue crab spawning stock within 10 years of the date of adoption, with at least 50% probability of success meeting the statutory requirements. Management adopted an Amendment 3 was estimated to reduce harvest by 2.4% with a 50% probability of success, meeting the minimum statutory requirements. Projections indicated a 19.8% harvest reduction was needed to meet the female spawner abundance target with a 100% probability of success. And because we're halfway through the statutorily required rebuilding period, with little indication Amendment 3 management will meet rebuilding targets, the division developed adaptive management options and recommendations that rebuild the stock closer to the spawner abundance target and have a probability of success closer to 100%. Management options included size limit changes, prohibiting crab trawling, season closures, and trip limits. After considering public input, Amendment 3 requirements, fishery characteristics and effectiveness, options for season closures and trip limits were further developed into 8 options that were all estimated to increase the probability of rebuilding the stock closer to 100%. These options include some combination of season closures, trip limits, or mature female limits, and can be found in Table 2A and 2B on pages 8 and 9 of your decision document. The division's preliminary recommendation provided to the advisory committees in March 2025 was option 8A, which would prohibit harvest of mature females from January through May and implement a 10 bushel mature female limit from June through December. To rebuild spawner abundance and promote recruitment, the division's preliminary recommendation focuses on implementing protective measures for mature female crabs during biologically important times of year, during the mating season and prior to spawning. The intent of this approach is to minimize the impacts to crabbers by focusing on the protection of mature female crabs, which are generally less valuable economically, but are vital to recruitment and spawning potential of the stock. Current blue crab management focuses on protecting mature female crabs via spawning sanctuaries, and limiting harvest of mature female crabs throughout the year should increase the effectiveness of the sanctuaries by allowing the crabs to enter them to spawn. And this option is estimated to result in a 21.7% harvest reduction, which is projected to rebuild the spawning stock to the target with a nearly 100% probability of success. As prescribed by the Amendment 3 Adaptive Management Framework, the division presented management options and a preliminary division recommendation to the Northern, Southern, and Shellfish Crustacean Advisory Committees to receive feedback and recommendations. The exact wording of each motion can be found on page 10 of your decision document, but in short, 2 things are recommended by all advisory committees. First, each committee recommended the MFC take final action on adaptive management in August 2025 instead of May 2025. And second, the MFC remain status quo regarding Amendment 3 adaptive management, meaning essentially make no changes through adaptive management. And before we summarize advisory committee and public discussion, I'll add that these meetings were really well attended. Division staff were able for at least an hour, or available for at least an hour before each meeting, to allow for discussion of blue crab science and management with the public. And it was great that so many members of the public took advantage of this opportunity, and we really appreciate the engagement. These conversations were productive and insightful, and many good ideas and thoughts were brought forward that we wouldn't normally hear during traditional public comments. Committee and public discussion was wide-ranging, but there were a few themes throughout. There was concern about the economic impacts of the division's preliminary recommendation and how it would affect certain segments of the fishery, of the industry, as well as unfairness between regions. There was also acknowledgement that landings trends are difficult to interpret but many commenters felt landings declines are a result of market fluctuations and declines in participation, not a declining stock. There was general distrust of stock assessment results and division data collection, and many commenters and committee members stressed the need for cooperation with industry for data collection and management. And there was also questioning of whether the division has the authority to act through adaptive management without an updated stock assessment. Committee members and the public expressed concerns about the effects of water quality and predation on the blue crab stock, and there was some acknowledgement that the stock has declined even if it isn't the result of fishing. Following the advisory committee meetings, division staff reviewed input and continued to discuss preliminary recommendations and the process for moving forward with adaptive management. So where does that leave us today? First, some key takeaways. The division and some members of the public remain concerned about the blue crab stock. There are strong indicators that the stock is not recovering and will not meet the statutorily required rebuilding schedule. But based on what we've heard from the public and the advisory committees, there is significant concern about the preliminary recommendation. So how do we move forward? Following advisory committee recommendations, there's no action for the MFC today. We're looking into the things we heard from the public and the advisory committees, and we are reevaluating our preliminary recommendation. And we plan to come to you in August with updated recommendations. We're also prioritizing assessing the stock, and as of now, we've explored potential assessment avenues, but don't have a timeline for when this will be completed. And keep in mind that with the declining trends in all data sources, there is potential a new assessment will not show stock recovery and may indicate the stock requires significant harvest reductions. Taking another look at our timeline, again, there is no action for the MFC to take today. The division will continue to refine management options and bring them to you for final action at your August meeting. And thank you, and we'll take any questions.
So I'm gonna start. So first off, like I said before, it's gonna come in the November meeting, not the August meeting. And I have my reasons for that, and they're mine, and nobody needs to know what they are. But
And I was just reading notes.
Yeah, I understand. But, well, I want, the people out here that are listening to know when it's gonna happen. And the other thing is, the reason everybody had pushback at all these meetings is because you're telling them that you're gonna take the way they make their living away from them for 5 months by putting a 5-month closure in. There's ways you can go with bushel limits that everybody wants pot limits, but everybody knows from talking to Maryland and Virginia, pot limits don't work. You gotta add something to it. And so bushel limits is the de facto way of getting pot limits, because if a guy can't catch but 15 bushels or 20 bushels or whatever it may be, he's not gonna have 1,000 pots out if it only takes him 300 to catch his limit. And so, I look at the graph that you have up there, and it shows the landings following the trips and the participants right on down. And so if you follow that, you can say it's going down, but it's literally, you had 5, 6, 7, 8 more times people crabbing here, and they were catching 5, 6, 7, 8 more time crab. And down here you got less, and they're basically catching the same amount of crabs for the amount of people that are crabbing. I mean, you can say what you want the graph to say about it going down, but it's not only the harvest going down, it's the participants going down, and the amount of trips are going down. And, and that's comes straight back to what you've heard from the people at public comment, that, if you can't sell them, there's no need to catch them. And once Virginia and Maryland start catching them, our sales fall off. Like I say, there's not as many picking houses as there used to be. And so a closure is kind of a terrible way, I would think, to do it. I think bushel limits, if you got to do it, is the way to do it. But then we're working with no stock assessment. And what the stock assessment was 15, something like that was when it was done. I think it was presented in 16, but it was done in 15.
It was data through 2016.
Yeah. And so, you know, we don't really know what's happening. And I've had a problem since Stephen Taylor was sitting up here presenting this stuff to me 100 years ago, you know, where they go out and they take a menacine to do their juvenile sample. And anybody in here that's ever taken a menacine and caught, like I used to have saltwater aquariums, and you drag that menacine, and every crab that long just running in front of that menacine, before it gets to him, he digs in the mud, and the seine goes right across top of him. So, you know, you don't have to have a PhD to figure out you're not going to catch them in that menacine because they're going to bury in front of it. And then the other way we look for this is through crab, you know, we trawl for them. And crabbing's a pot fishery. If you want to see how many are there, I had my partner that used to be at the fish house take some bait wire and make small crab pots out of it with bait wire and bait it and put it in the water. And you can't hardly, you got to get your hand in there and reach to throw all the juvenile crabs out of it to come to it. And everybody says, oh, well, you're attracting them to it. That's what the fishery is. You know, we don't trawl for crabs except in the wintertime, and we don't catch many when they do that then. You know, I think that's another thing that goes by the way of the clam dredge. You know, there's not many people doing it no more because it's not economical. And so, you know, we're getting our data from ways that we don't catch these critters. You know, so I think we're a long way from having the data we need to cripple the industry, that if you look at the statistics you got there, like I say, everything's going down together. Catch, and I mean, I've told all of you, I just told McLean a minute ago, come get on the boat and see what's going on. You know, that's the best way to know. And so, Willie, I'll go to you because you were next one.
Okay, well, I may be articulating my question inappropriately, but did I miss, or do you have data on landings per trip, average history, and what does that look like? Did I miss that in this presentation?
We didn't discuss that in this presentation.
It is here?
No, sir.
Okay, so landings per trip history, what does that look like?
So
I'm kind of trying to indirectly respond to what I'm hearing you say about not going and all of that, or less people going, but what happens when they do go? I guess that's what I'm trying to.
So what we presented in our presentation is just overall averages throughout the year.
Okay.
We do have the data from the trip ticket program that shows the amount of crabs harvested broken up by market categories, and that's for every trip that's associated with. However, the blue crab fishery is extremely complex. Not only do we have market fluctuations where, you know, maybe just like Commissioner Corbett said, they have lay days, Virginia opens up, so maybe the crab market is down, but we also have a seasonal aspect of different times of the year. Some months we have a amazing peeler season, and there's going to be more peeler crabs for this year. We have salty water that comes in. We have hypoxia events. So what we presented today was just kind of an overall broken up by year. But we do have that data from the trip ticket program that breaks it down by trip. So we can break it down by month, we can break it down by area. And in the advisory committee meetings, we did kind of take a further dive into that where we broke up by section. At one point, we looked at areas above the 58 bridge and areas below the 58 bridge just to see the makeup of harvest. But
So it's landings per trip down substantially, I guess that's what I'm.
On
that's
average,
really what I'm
correct.
saying.
Correct. Historically, the blue crab landings have been in decline since the peak in 97, 98.
Per trip.
It's difficult to put in to perspective. So yes, there is less participants, and there's less overall trips taking place. Another issue that we have is the amount of effort that goes into place. So as you know, since the 90s, technology has advanced quite a bit. We have GPS systems now. We can set on brakes. We have individuals with boats that are now have 4-stroke engines that can get them further places. They travel farther than they did in the 90s. They may be setting twice, 3 times, 4 times as many crab pots as they historically have. And that's one of the issues that we have with looking at regulations for the crab fishery is trying to pinpoint effort, because that changes. And it changes throughout the time, it changes throughout the year. It could just be in the summertime, you have guys out there that have never crabbed hardly at all, and they're crabbing every single day, and then when the prices go bad, they're no longer crabbers again. And then we have year-long crabbers that will be out there in the winter months, they'll be out there in the summer months as well. So the issue is trying to pinpoint the actual effort that goes in to catch these crabs, because the trip ticket essentially just says what they landed today.
So Willie, the way my business has changed since 1997, 94, whenever you want to go back, as far as you want to go back, well, I've done it forever. Like I said, there was picking houses then, and whatever you caught, you could sell. You go catch whatever you could catch that day. Now, I got 5 orders on this phone while we've been sitting here in this meeting today. And when I get out of here tomorrow, I'll go catch them tomorrow afternoon. But I won't, if there's 10 bushels on those orders, that's what I'll catch tomorrow. That don't mean that's all I could catch tomorrow. I could catch a lot more than that, but there's no reason for me to catch more than that. And so when you start, when you start looking at trying to say, well, catch is down because you're not catching as many per trip. I'm not catching as many per trip because I'm not selling as many per trip.
Okay.
And you heard this lady that's sitting out there in the audience right now say yesterday that, last year, she was telling her boats they could only go once every 3 days because that's all they could pick and all they could sell.
So.
Yeah, and
When
when you're talking about.
Sam, in your opinion, that there's that there's not substantially less crab out there than it was, say, 10 or 15 years ago?
10 or 15 years ago, I don't think there's any difference. 30 years ago, I think there's a difference.
Okay.
But, you got other factors also. You got, and I'm sure it's the same way, and I'll get, down my way, and I'm sure it's the same way up here. If it blows out of the east for 3 days, crabbing is nothing my way. You just will quit going. Because something about the east wind down my way, they quit. And they can't document that. They have no way to document it. So it may be that I go out and I only catch 5 bushels, and they go, oh man, look at that, it went way down. He's been catching 10 or 12, 15 a day, and it went to 5. Well, it wasn't because crabs aren't there. It was because the wind come out of the east for 3 or 4 days and they quit trapping. Who knows why they quit trapping, but they do. Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to comment on your question, Mr. Claus. So you're talking landings per trip, and so there's several things that you have to assume, and you can't make this assumption because not every trip equals the same. And let me just explain that. So if you're talking about a trip crabbing, first you have to assume that all crab pots catch the same, and that you can't assume that, okay? Next, you have to assume that all pots fished had equal amount of time. So meaning from the time you bait that crab pot into the time you fish that crab pot, that each trip had the same amount of soak time on that particular crab pot. And then another thing to add to that is the number of pots fished are the same, meaning that every crabber that made a trip went out there and fished the equal amount of crab pots. So that means if 100 crabbers went crabbing, and that trip, let's just say, let's use the number 300 crab pots, then each trip would have had to fish 300 crab pots with the same amount of soak time, right? And that's just assuming that all crab pots catch equally the same. And so the complexities with and so what I'm trying to explain and to help answer your question is the complexities with this fishery are off the charts. This fishery is probably the most complex fishery of any FMP that we have. And to understand it takes a good and great deal amount of time.
So do you also believe that there's not less crab out there than?
I can tell you right now that in my opinion, that crabbing, to say there's less crabs, no, I can't say that. You know, crabs are, you know, let me give you one example. Crabs will take care of themselves. So we talk about peeler crabbing. This year, I peel a crab every year. And so part of peeling crabbing, what happens is the males will start to shed first. The smaller males will begin first in V-bellies. The little V-bellies will shed first. Not into a mature V-belly, but just into a larger V-belly, which will eventually become a mature sook. So what happens is they'll start first, and then you'll get a run of male peelers. And then eventually, the Jimmy crabs will start picking up the females to breed. Well, what's funny is that not often you can catch those V-bellies if there's too many Jimmies. And so what I'm getting at is like the population will begin to start protecting itself because you can only catch a crab when they're most vulnerable. That's it. You know, you either feed them because they're hungry or you provide them shelter because they're looking for somewhere to hide. And so what I'm getting at is this year, I couldn't catch any female peelers because there was too many Jimmies around in my area that I tried to fish in to catch those peelers. I caught the Jimmy crabs, right, the little Jimmies that shedded. I was successful in finding them, and I was successful in harvesting some of them. However, when I tried to transition to start catching the little V-bellies, every time I'd put in a stud crab to try to find, to attract those V-bellies, they wouldn't come to them because the area was already saturated with enough Jimmies that they just didn't need to go in that crab pot to go to that Jimmy to try to breed with them. And so there's so many nuances, and what I'm getting at, there's so many nuances to the crab fishery that there's no way to parse them all out at this table and understand them all. You really need to just get on my boat and come crab with me for 52 weeks of the year. And then I can really explain how this is all going to work. And so, seriously, because that's how life cycles of crabs, and you have to understand that for every population of crabs that's hungry, there's another little population down there that's not hungry. And so there's constantly feeding and shedding to grow into a bigger crab. And so not all crabs are hungry at the same time. Not all crabs are shedding at the same time. And so as these cycles are evolving, as this water temperature increases, the crabs begin these cycles. And there'll be a cycle of a various size crab, and they'll begin. So they'll have fed, they'll have go into a shed, they'll have to feed again to essentially fill their body back up and maintain their fats and muscles. And as those crabs are doing that, there's another body of crabs shedding. So there's constantly this thing going on underneath the water with crabs, and they're not all doing the same thing at the same time.
So do you believe that what these guys are observing and seeing is substantially wrong or somewhat wrong?
If you take and go back and look at and listen to the advisory committee meetings, I chaired the shellfish and crustacean meeting. I gave my comments to it, which are way more thorough than what I've prepared for this meeting. And so there were 3 committees that met, and there was different point of views given and experience and knowledge discussed at the table of these 3 committees. And you'll hear a lot of what my opinion is here of their sampling efforts and how to go about it. You know, here's the thing. I don't disagree that you can't catch a crab with a trawl, but it's when you use that trawl is when you can catch that crab. And, you know, you can't catch a crab, and this is my honest opinion, and I've seen it. You can't catch a crab in the middle of summertime with a trawl. The water's too hot. You can chase them all day long. You can burn all the gas right out of the boat. And the crabs will run right away from you and laugh at you. You know, here's the thing. You know, we catch, like Sammy said, we catch these crabs when they're vulnerable, either when they're hungry or when they're trying to hide. We're not actively pulling anything to try to bring them up and to catch them by surprise because they're just hanging out right here and we're going to drag something by them and catch them. That's not how we do it. You know, we place these pots in different areas in different ways to catch them in their vulnerable states. And so water quality plays a lot of, water conditions and water quality plays a lot into that too, because the crabs will separate themselves based on how that water is actually acting. You know, I can take you down a row of crab pots and show you the distinct changes in the crab conditions as I fish each pot. I mean, I can literally show you the changes from one end of the row to the other. And it's rather fascinating, and you know, you could spend your whole life studying a crab, and I don't know that you could ever fully figure them out, but you know, you can get a general idea of how they're going to act from time to time.
So somewhat you disagree, or you substantially disagree with what they have observed or
When you combine the socioeconomic data and you get a good look at it, I just don't understand how you can have such a trend that follows landings with participation and not have a big disagreement with the division. I just don't. If you would go back to the slide where it shows participation in landings, I've looked at so many FMPs and data, but I can promise you right now, this one right here, this trend analysis right here, follows extremely close to daggone near effort equals landings. And so it doesn't matter how much effort one makes. That amount of effort is just going to equate to a number of landings, and that's what that explains to you. Meaning that one boat can only go out and within one day catch so many crabs. It just isn't possible. The boat leaves at light. It has to be back to a certain place in time to meet a truck, because one thing that I think this commission is amiss on is that blue crabs have to remain living to be viable and economically viable. When that crab dies, it's invaluable, meaning the effort of that crabber, if he brings in a bunch of baskets full of dead crabs, he has essentially worked for absolutely nothing all day long. And so time is of the essence every day. And if you go in and you're raking and your baskets are full of dead crabs and you sell dead crabs to whoever your purchaser is, guess what they're going to tell you? But I don't want your crabs anymore. And that's just the facts of it. This is not a dead fish laying in the bottom of a tote that can ride around and you can stay out there for 24 hours and just ice them down. It just don't work that way. So anyway, I hope that helps you understand a little bit about it. But I can tell you right now, with what I know and what I see and what my fellow crabbers and I've discussed, the trends in some of this stuff just doesn't purely make sense to us, because we see something completely different. And I've invited the biologist to come ride with me. I've even invited the director to come ride with me. And so I'll invite any commissioner sitting at this table. And I feel like I have offered that to several of them already, to gain a better understanding of what they're looking at here on this paperwork. But, you know, and I've said it to the director and I've said it to maybe others, this is the most important fishery that we still have. And to dismantle it in such a way through taking away a significant amount of bushels in the early part of the year and curtailing it to a smaller amount in the fall, I just don't agree that that's going to be the way and the approach to manage this. And so anyway, I've taken quite a bit of time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for my time.
I'm going to go to William, then I'm going to go to you, Kat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I saw the data, and thank you for the presentation, McLean, it's great. When I saw the presentation at the advisory committee that Mike chairs, the crustacean, shellfish crustacean committee, I was struck by it's clear that there is a correlation between effort and landings. And it seems, in my mind, that's hard to tease apart, and I've been meaning to talk to you guys about that and sort of help me figure out how to pull those apart. What I have not seen, so I share some of the same concerns you guys have about that. And what I don't think I've seen in the FMP is a catch per unit effort, catch per unit effort data. And what I want to ask you guys is, would CPUE help tease that out for us, or do you have another way or is there another way to help us tease those two pieces apart? Because I think it's a good point. It is, intuitively, it does make sense that if effort goes down, the catch is going to go down. And I'd like to know, sort of how you guys can help us with that. Is it CPUE? Is that maybe one of the solutions?
So our independent data, we do have the CPUE for each different program. So say for our juvenile trawl abundance, we can do a CPUE per tow. When you come to landings data from dependent sources, the effort is extremely difficult to pinpoint. For instance, we rely heavily on the trip ticket data. So if a crab fisherman, we usually associate per trip, but like Commissioner Blanton has mentioned, every day is different. There's days where you just move pots around. There's days of hypoxia. There's events where you're just grassed up, and every crabber fishes differently. They fish differently from Edenton as they do to Manio and to down south. The other issue is, since we rely heavily on the trip ticket information, we really need that information to be accurate. So one of the questions that's on the trip ticket is how many number of pots that you fished per that day. Several people may misrepresent how many pots they actually fish due to a fear of a pot limit being implemented in the future. For instance, you may only fish 200 pots, but to play it safe, you're going to write on your trip ticket that you fish 600, because if you cut the trips in half, you're still okay. So there is issues with trying to pinpoint that overall effort from dependent sources and the overall fishermen, but it's definitely something we can look at. But for now, we just base it off of per trip and do a long average.
It's an entirely separate, sampling or data collection method. It has very specific protocols, and obviously all those variables that you're talking about are going to be more problematic depending on sample size, and as your sample size increases, because it's not actually a sampling program, as your data collection increases, those variables are going to level out, and then you can start watching trends. But it all seems like a lot of work to me, and I know you guys have limited resources. But it does seem to me like that might help with that question. If I may ask another question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I've also heard a lot of discussion, both at the ACs and from just talking to folks, including the chairman, I thought made a really good point when we talked that it is a pot fishery in North Carolina. And I know you guys are looking at trends, and I think there is a misunderstanding about the trawl in that, particularly I heard at the AC, is that you guys don't know how to catch crabs. And you don't compared to Sammy, right? You guys are not good at catching crabs like Sammy and Mike are, but you're not as long as your methods are consistent, you're looking at trends. You're not looking at you guys are out to catch as many crabs as you can. They're out to see how many crabs did I catch today as opposed to yesterday, right? Or last year or 5 years ago. So I think there is a little bit of misunderstanding or just it's an intuitive thing, and fishermen think differently than you guys, than some other people do.
Correct.
That's
We-
a generalization, but I didn't mean it that way, but you know what I mean.
Correct. There's a separation. So essentially, for our independent studies, for our trawl programs, we are not fishing. We are not targeting crabs. We are collecting data. That's simply it. So we're comparing what we are collecting now to what we have collected in the past. And in all of our programs for blue crabs, we are seeing declines where we were trawling up crabs, whether juveniles or adults in the past, and it seems to be a steady decline all the way till now, which also closely match the declines we are seeing with landings as well.
And that's what I saw in the data. That said, I was going to ask, I keep hearing, why don't you guys do pot surveys? And I'm guessing it's a resource issue, but I've looked at some of the South Carolina pot data. It looked pretty, I mean, it seems like a relatively simple sampling process and simple and maybe less resource intensive, but what about pot surveys?
So we have definitely had internal discussions about new survey designs, including pot surveys as well. But you hit the nail on the head. Most of it is coming down to funding and resources. We will need staff. We will need a survey design plan that matches anywhere that crabbers fish. Again, you know, they fish completely different as we do in the Albemarle Sound than they do down in the Cape Fear. And we need a way to really, when we sample, get equal data sources and something to compare to. But ultimately, it comes down to resources and just the lack of them.
Do you have good confidence in your trawl data? Do you have confidence in your trawl data? And, you know, it seems like there are variables like the operator and, you know, consistency in operation and the trawl, and there's so many environmental variables, but you guys have fairly good confidence in your, reasonable confidence in your trawl data?
I have extremely good confidence in our trawl data. The way that we break down our trawls, our gears, so a lot of times when fishermen are fishing, say for gill nets, for instance, their gill nets might be ripped, they're still going to use them. They might do some patchworks. The way that we conduct our independent sampling for our trawls, we make sure our trawls are in pristine shape, that they pull the exact same way every time. The door designs have not changed. The amount of chain that we use, the size of the chain have not changed. The way we trawl, the position, we take into consideration the wind, and then we also always get environmental factors such as DO and salinity. We try to keep everything as similar as we possibly can.
And that's across all offices too. It's the same speed of the trawl, the same size trawl, same distance covered.
Kat had something she wants to say. Let me let Kat.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, and Robert McLean have talked about this. If you look at this graph that they have up with the annual hard crab landings and the participants, and the discussion around the table has been that these are trending down together. And say we just, and what really concerns us the most is the trends that we see in our independent survey. Set aside for a minute that we don't know what we're doing and we don't know where the crabs are. Set that aside. If the participants is what's driving the landings, and in theory what you're saying is that the landings could be what they were in 1995 if we had the participants, then guys, go to slide 11. Then we would anticipate that slide 11 wouldn't look like this. And this is what raises the concern for us, that slide 11 would still look like what it looked like in 1995, and it doesn't. And I think that is where our concern falls. Our independent surveys, what they're telling us, are a big part of what raises the concern for us, and also the fact that this is not this is not just a North Carolina issue. I mean, obviously, there's a lot, you know, Virginia, Maryland, South Carolina folks are having trouble with their crab population. So the concern remains pretty high for the division. I will say that we have had a lot of internal discussions about trying to formulate what our recommendations are. After formulating our initial recommendations and then taking them out to the advisory committee and the crabbers, talking about the markets and the participants and the environmental factors, all these things, just having those conversations again with the crabbers, it resonated with us. Also, the impacts of going to sex-specific bushel limits. We recognize that that's a lot more complicated for crabbers and really complicated for management, enforcement, things that we really need to take a little closer look at and might not be suitable for adaptive management. So it has been a difficult conversation to figure out where do we need to land on this. And we're still having those conversations as far as what the division might bring back to the commission for our recommendation. So I feel the angst of the commission and the public in trying to determine where we need to be on this. The other piece that we still, give a lot of credence to is the stock assessment results, although the shift in the reference points was a big deal for us as far as, the validity of that piece of it. The trends certainly match the trends that we're seeing here. And that's just kind of highlighting some of what we continue to be concerned about as it relates to the population overall.
So I got a question for you, Kat. So this trawl survey, so do you have specific places that you drag in that trawl survey? Like, would you have been, in 2000, would you have been dragging kind of the same area that you are now? Do you have, do y'all go by GPS coordinates and you go back and say, okay, because I know that's the way most sampling is done, to make sure you sample the same place that you sampled over and over and over again. And, I don't know what it's like where Mike's at, but places I was crabbing in 2000, I go put pots there. McLean, you're from that area. They're not going to be in the water at low tide, and anything in them's going to die. There's nothing there no more. So this is what this graph right here tells me more of a negative as far as for data, because I'm not saying your people don't know what they're doing, but you can't look at fishing. You can look at Tom Roller and say, Tom, hey, 20 years ago, remember we used to catch drum over there on that place? They go, yeah, we sure did. And now at low tide, it's a dry sandbar. We're not going to catch drum there no more. And so as going out there every day, we see that. But when I see the people sampling, they go out and they do their sampling at high tide. There's plenty of water everywhere then. But, the fish don't move through those areas all the time. And, I'm not saying that something doesn't probably need to be done. I think every stock we got, something needs to be done to it. I'm just saying a 5-month closure is not the way to do it when we got bushel limits we can have so that people can still work, and not just shut them down. Because if you shut them down for 5 months, this man sitting right back here, he's going to close. He's got a picking house. He's going to close down, and if he's got 15, 20 people working for him, they're all going to be out of a job too, And so, that's what I'm looking at. When I look at the stuff that y'all gave us, I'm not saying that we don't need to do anything. Like I say, I don't think there's a fishery that we don't need to be doing something to help it. But, there's, especially with blue crab, the best option we have is bushel limits. It might not be what everybody wants, but you can keep people working, then that's the way to do it.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just speak to that, just respond to you real quick.
And then I'm going to let Tom speak.
So the program 120, they are set stations. Do we happen to have a map of our stations available somewhere? If we don't, normally what I would say about program 120 is that we would have enough stations that we would intercept crabs in other areas if they have moved from other areas. Staff has also pointed out that we can adjust our stations if we have stations that aren't productive for whatever we're sampling for, we can adjust stations, add stations. We have done that in the past, extended our surveys, expanded them. And the other piece is this is only one of our surveys. The Pamlico Sound survey also is a random site survey as well. So we have a variety of data, and I think that's, where we talk about resources, that's the important thing, that we have a variety of sampling that we can depend on and that would pick up shifts, complete shifts in habitat or whatever the reason is that the crabs might be moving from one place to the next. So it's absolutely something that we do consider.
And what always put a bad taste for me with this was when there were no scallops in the Southern District. There wasn't another scallop left in the Southern District, and I put Lewis on the boat and took him down there, and he said in all of his years in fisheries management, he had never seen that many scallops anywhere in the world, and that was after his division. He was director at that time. They couldn't find the scallop nowhere, and I took him to 3 different places, and you could take a little crab dip net and get 30 at a time, And so you can't just keep doing the same thing at the same place and expect to catch. That's, I guess that's why we're professionals at it and the others aren't, But Tom, please bail me out.
I don't know if I'm going to bail you out, Mr. Chairman. My comment has changed several times during this discussion, so watch out. I'm just kidding. First of all, Will, thank you for bringing up this discussion regarding this Fisheries Independent Sampling Program. And Director, you got to what I wanted to bring up was to look at the analysis of females and males in the Program 120. These Fisheries Independent programs, big picture, are of some of the most, across U.S. fisheries management, state and federal, as we look at budget cuts, when you have discussions about what's most important, are these long-term trend analyses, right? And so that's what's so important here. And I think this, I understand fishermen get frustrated with this is not a crab-specific thing, but long-term trend, this is designed to look at a long-term trend, and you guys as scientists have a lot of faith in it. I think that's really important that we understand that. I guess my question is when we look at how fisheries independent data for blue crabs is looked at across other states, is this similar to how some of the programs that other states use?
Yeah, most of the states have a trawl survey.
Yep.
South Carolina had 3, I believe.
Yep, awesome. Thank you, guys. Great job.
Yes, sir.
Hit it twice doesn't work, does it? 2 points. One is, so the stock assessment is stale, and that is a persistent problem across many species. And so one of the questions is how we get up to date. You said you were thinking about it, but we don't know what the schedule would be to now redress the problems in the stock assessment, get the new benchmark actually resourced. And so when can we, in our plan for blue crabs, expect to be able to have that data as less stale as possible? And I assume we'll hear that back in November, and so you'll present to us a plan for addressing those problems with the stock assessment. Yes? I assume so.
So I'll take that question, Commissioner Rader. We are, as I indicated earlier, we are just getting our stock assessment folks on board the end of June and the first part of July. We have for blue crabs, because it is a priority for me, for the division, certainly. And we have reached out to Dr. Yan Lee, who created the stock assessment that we're working off of now, and Dr. Chow. And they have both expressed an interest in contracting with them to do a stock assessment to do a new benchmark stock assessment for blue crab. So we're still working on the details of that, paperwork and whatnot, but we don't have a timeline, but we're working on that. But we want to do that as soon as possible.
Right, but you'll give us, when you come back with recommendations in November, you'll give us an answer to that question, what the time frame would be and all of that.
Yeah, well, in November, yes, we should hopefully have,
okay.
I would hope we might already be working on that by then. Don't quote me on that, but
Okay.
potentially.
Great. Number 2, I don't think we can legally or should scientifically, in terms of the best available information, discount the fishery independent data despite the problems. And so, and I think it's a good idea to try to identify and solve problems with the fishery data, but recognize that even when you do that, you can't do it retrospectively. So you don't have historical data from those better fishery independent survey methods. And so it would take you 10 years or 15 years or 20 years to be able to leverage those better. So we are stuck in the middle with the best available information, both being stale and still being stale in November, and recognizing that there are quite a few factors that aren't identified. So we have to decide. And I don't think we can ignore the best available data that shows fishery independent data this way. I think you're right, Mr. Chairman, about recognizing other methods to get to what we can do. The second thing is that I am skeptical that fishing is the major impact on the indicators we're looking at here, especially recruitment. I think it's very likely that changes in predation, particularly with blue cats in and around the Albemarle, and that changes in the primary and secondary nursery areas. And Mike's talked about it all the time, about how the physical structure of those tidal creeks is they're all silted up and the habitats have changed, and it's got to be the case even before you start factoring in rainfall changes and precipitation, temperature changes, that the baseline for producing crab year classes has just changed. And that is absolutely the case. So we are going to have to come to terms with not having the information we would need to have to fully factor those in. So this is going to have to be just our best judgment about handling the best information that we have. And I would just submit that with those kinds of patterns, something is needed, even if it's the case that a large proportion of that may be unrelated to fishing. And so I think that's the real nub, is how much of this is fishing related and how much of it is not fishing related.
And I don't think there's anybody here that don't realize that in November, we're going to have to do something to adaptive management. And I think most of what Mike and I were trying to explain was for Willie, his question that he put out there was where we were going with where we started this long conversation. But yes, sir, William.
It's actually a question for Dr. Rader. And actually for our management responsibility in general, we have to look at the stock as a whole, and we always, our data are always limited. We always need more data. But with the limited data we have and not knowing whether it's environmental or knowing that it is, but not environmental or fishing mortality, or at least not knowing the proportions, we still are responsible for acting with the data we have to protect the stock. Am I hearing you correctly?
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, even if the baseline is shifted out from under us, even if it's not fishermen's fault, at the end of the day, the amount of fishing that the system can support still is the amount that it can support. And we have a legal duty to constrain that way, even as the system changes. At least that's my non-lawyer's perspective on that duty. But that's what I think we agreed to do in taking these jobs. And so I think that's right. We have to go with the best available information, even when we know there are factors that are inadequately addressed. But we also have the ability then to identify those factors and to use that when there's uncertainty in how much reduction is required or advisable, given the trade-offs, the biological information, social, economic trade-offs there, and use that compassionately is the way I think about it. But still, I don't think we can ignore the best available information.
Go ahead, sir.
While we're waiting for best available, is there any way?
If we ever get it, that's the point, right? We're always behind. It's always a Cold War in information and management.
Is there anything that could be added to a trip ticket, any request of information that wouldn't be too complicated, time-consuming, or punitive, that could give a little bit more information in real time that can be used while we're going through adaptive management?
I assume you're talking about trying to get to the effort component, because I think the effort component is really what we would really benefit from, is knowing exactly how many crab pots are out there, how many are being fished daily, and how many crab pots are being fished per trip if we actually had that data. I'm not sure that adding that to the trip ticket is the way to go. Maybe some pilot program that would try to get at that directly. I'm not sure. I know staff has had some internal discussions about that piece of it in particular. And again, I think it gets back to the resources. Again, we are managing a blue crab sampling program with no blue crab sampling program money or people. So we're lucky to get what we've got. So.
And Kat, with that, you know, we're busy on a crab boat too, so we're just giving an estimate of what we thought we worked that day. I mean, you know, I've got 500 out, and I go one way one day and one way the other, and when I get how many I've got to have, I quit, and it's just a tremendously rough guess as to how many pots I worked that day, because I don't have time to go 1, 2, you know, I mean.
Yeah, I didn't mean that to suggest that. And, you know, some of the crabbers that we talked to, or that I talked to during the AC roundtable there, they did talk about working with the division to try to get some estimates of effort and, you know, how many pots were actually being fished and what that was looking like. So there's avenues there for sure. And I think cooperation with the industry is definitely, it would be there as well.
And we're going to listen to Mike, and then we're going to go to lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me a few comments on the end here. Obviously, and if you would have attended, you know, and I think there was a couple of commissioners that were in attendance on a AC meeting or two, but, you know, there's a tremendous amount of passion left in this industry, and you know, I think, and I'm gonna iterate some of the comments that I've heard and spoke with myself is that, you know, these fishermen, crabbers that are invested in this industry are a little uneasy about who's managing it. And I'm just gonna go ahead and just put it out there black and white. You know, because they have invested, some of them a lifetime, just chasing around blue crabs. And so I think some of them can tell you with complete honesty that, you know, the crab fishery is not seemingly as bad as what these squiggly lines are trying to tell or inform. And I think the crab fishery has taken care of itself in such a way that the reductions in effort and participants has sort of adjusted to what the industry can actually perform at in that waterway, and that's paired with market and logistics and all the things that come along with participating in a fishery such as. And so, you know, I've asked that we not take such an abrupt approach such as adaptive management. And being a part of the previous blue crab plan, if I had known what I'd known today, I don't know that adaptive management would have made it into that plan, because I would have fought long and hard for adaptive management not to be in it. And this would have been put back into an amendment and been put back into the hands of the industry, where there could have been work groups and ACs put back together to discuss this, instead of just, hey, we're going to activate adaptive management and it's going to be what it's going to be and you're just going to live with what we give you. And I think that's the biggest thing that the crabbers are having a hard time swallowing. I don't know that they're against making concessions. I try to speak for the industry, but I try to speak lightly for the industry because, you know, if you have been around many crabbers, you'll know that there are many, many different opinions here. And so I encourage this commission to really go back and listen to the AC meetings. I wish that the crabbers that would attended the AC meetings would have came and attended today. But unfortunately, myself and Sammy were having a sidebar conversation. We had a meeting scheduled on Memorial Day week. And guess what? The most hottest commodity in seafood is on the coast of North Carolina, Memorial Day week, is blue crabs. And so guess where everybody that crabs is at? They're on the water crabbing so they can continue to make a living. And they can't be here to discuss that with y'all and to show y'all and to shake y'all's hands and to introduce themselves as the professional fishermen that they are. And it's unfortunate. And so thank you, Sammy, for the comments.
Yep, and after Tom gets done, we're gonna take an hour lunch and hope everybody can get back, and if you don't, we'll be a little longer than that. Go ahead, Tom.
Real quick comment. Sammy and I were on this last crab FMP, prior to COVID.
Mm-hmm.
We had a lot of good discussions on that. And the one real takeaway I had from that is, obviously with several regions of the state where it's very different. And in some of the federal fisheries, there's been some visioning projects. I think this sort of fishery could probably utilize some regional work groups just to get a better idea of what different aspects of the state could handle. Because when we start looking at this statewide, it's very, very complicated. And I think that's where the management really gets bogged down. But I think industry would really benefit from some of that sort of workshop discussion.
Yeah, I think you're right, because below the 58 bridge is a whole nother animal from above the 58 bridge in crabbing. All right, let's go to lunch, and but a very good conversation, and let's take an hour. How about you want an hour and a half? Is that what you want? But if that's what you want, that's what we'll do. I'm gonna let you set the time. All right, so how about we get back 1:30? Okay, all right, we get back at 2 o'clock. Okay. All right, so we're almost at our 2 o'clock deadline, so we'll get back to our chairs and.
We are right at 2 o'clock. Back and say he called for this.
Yeah, really.
We get to aggravate Dan and Charlton now, so always fun. Dan can't believe I'm not calling him on the telephone about something.
It's better face to face. Well, yeah.
All right, guys, I think we're ready if y'all are.
All right. So, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Dan Zaff. I'm one of the FMP coordinators for the division. I'm based out of the Morehead City office. With me today is Todd Mathis, who is our CSMA striped bass lead based out of the Washington office, and Charlton Godwin, who is a striped bass lead based out of the Elizabeth City office. So this is just a reminder that there's no action regarding striped bass today. This presentation is meant to provide you with background information about the process leading up to Amendment 2 management, what the division's been working on since adoption of Amendment 2, and Amendment 2 actions that will occur this year. We'll come back to you at your August meeting with additional information to address Amendment 2 actions. And just striped bass have a long history of management in North Carolina. We could literally sit up here all day discussing striped bass science and management. We're not going to do that today. Your decision document has additional information and links to references, so I'd encourage everyone to review Amendment 2 and then reach out to the striped bass leads with any questions that you might have. So the first thing we'll discuss is the management areas and stocks of striped bass in the state. From there, the rest of the presentation focuses on Central Southern Management Area, or the CSMA stocks, and we'll specifically be talking about the Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse River stocks, including life history of Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse River striped bass, stocking, and some unique characteristics and challenges. Then we'll review management, starting with Supplement A to Amendment 1, the ferry line gill net closure in the Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse Rivers, then Amendment 2 goal, stock status, management, and adaptive management before we discuss moving on to the next steps. So to start, there are 3 striped bass management areas in North Carolina. The Albemarle Sound Management Area and the Roanoke River Management Areas are circled here. The striped bass stock found in these areas is the Albemarle Roanoke stock. This stock is migratory, meaning when they reach a certain size, they migrate between the ocean and the Roanoke River where they spawn. And because of this, the stock is also managed under the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. So fish from the Albemarle Roanoke stock will sometimes migrate to the Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse Rivers, which are part of the Central Southern Management Area, or CSMA, which is in dark gray on this map, and that includes all water south of the ASMA. The CSMA has 3 striped bass stocks, the Tar, Pamlico, which is circled on the screen, the Neuse River, and the Cape Fear River. So the focus of this presentation is the stocks in the Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse Rivers. So fish in the Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse Rivers mix, but they don't tend to go down to the Cape Fear River, nor do Cape Fear River striped bass move north. And because CSMA striped bass stocks are non-migratory, meaning they remain resident in the estuary, they're not included in ASMFC management. So Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse River striped bass are considered river resident, meaning that they spend their whole lives in the rivers, and tagging studies show little emigration to the ocean or to neighboring river systems. The other unique thing about these stocks is they've been supported by continuous stocking, meaning striped bass are spawned and grown in hatcheries before juveniles are released back into the rivers. This is different from the Albemarle Roanoke stock in that until very recently, that stock has been sustained by natural reproduction. And it's important to note the striped bass used to stock the Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse Rivers originally came from the Roanoke River. And because of this, there are likely no native or genetically distinct strains of striped bass in the Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse Rivers. So we know striped bass make spawning migrations in the Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse Rivers, and fertilized eggs are released. However, we just don't see many, if any, juvenile striped bass in our surveys in these rivers, indicating there's very limited, if any, recruitment occurring. So this just means that the fertilized eggs that are being released aren't developing into juvenile striped bass. So we're going to focus a lot on this recruitment piece throughout the presentation because recent management has really focused on promoting natural recruitment in these rivers. So first, female striped bass in these systems are nearly 100% mature at age 3, meaning they can start spawning at age 3. And age 3 through age 6 fish are commonly encountered in both rivers, so we know we have mature fish present in these systems. But an age 3 striped bass produces nearly 223,000 eggs, compared to an age 10 female that produces over 3 million eggs. So this really highlights the importance of older, larger fish in producing enough eggs to sustain these populations. What we just don't see is the larger, older females that produce millions of eggs in these two rivers. So one potential reason we might not see recruitment is because abundance of older individuals may be insufficient to provide natural recruitment. So basically, the smaller fish found in these systems might not be producing enough eggs to allow natural recruitment to occur. And proper environmental conditions are also important to consider when discussing recruitment. Reproductive success is strongly linked to environmental conditions, particularly flow, because sufficient flow is necessary to keep eggs suspended in the water column and transport larvae downstream. This linkage has been well studied, has not been well studied in the Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse rivers, but has been demonstrated in the Roanoke River. And while the environment is important, there isn't a lot that we can control related to the environment. So let's discuss a little bit more about natural recruitment and how stocking has maintained these populations. So to evaluate the hatchery contribution from 1998 to 2011, all stocked fish were chemically marked. And results from the chemical marking study suggested hatchery-reared striped bass contributed very little to the spawning populations. So based on the data and of information that was available, it appeared that natural recruitment was sustaining these populations. However, we eventually realized the chemical mark was not being retained at a high level, and the hatchery contributions in these systems was likely underestimated. Since 2010, genetic markers or parentage-based tagging has been used to identify stocked fish and has revealed that rather than contributing minimally, hatchery stocked fish can make up almost 100% of the striped bass on the spawning grounds in these rivers. But that percentage can vary by year and area of the river the samples are coming from. That trend started to change in 2017. So this figure shows the percentage of wild or non-hatchery fish present in Division of Marine Fisheries and Wildlife Resources Commission sampling in the Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse rivers from 2013 to 2018. So the Tar, Pamlico is blue, the Neuse is orange, DMF samples in the lower rivers are the solid colors, and WRC sampling on the spawning grounds is the dotted bars. The black line on this figure represents the 50% line. So in 2017, the percentage of wild fish started to increase, particularly in the Tar, Pamlico, and Lower Neuse River, and this trend continued into 2018. So when we looked at the ages of these wild fish, they were all coming from the 2014 and 2015 year classes, suggesting there may have been 2 successful spawning events in these rivers. And again, this presentation is meant to provide background information. We'll have more information about how the percentages of wild fish in these rivers have changed at your August meeting. So in response to these 2 apparent naturally produced year classes, at the November 2018 Marine Fisheries Commission business meeting, the division recommended development of temporary management providing for a no possession provision for striped bass in the intercoastal and joint fishing waters of the CSMA to protect these important year classes. And this would be done with Supplement A to Amendment 1 to the striped bass FMP. So Supplement A was adopted by the MFC at their February 2019 business meeting and by the WRC in March 2019, with implementation steps occurring in February and March 2019. The supplement prohibited harvests of striped bass in the Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse rivers, and consistent with Amendment 1, commercial anchored gill nets were required to follow distance from shore and use tie downs, which essentially just restrict the vertical height of the net. They were required to follow those restrictions year round. So previously, those restrictions were lifted during the commercial striped bass season, but since there would be no commercial season under the supplement, these requirements were just implemented year round. And I'm going to get into a few more details about the Tar Pamlico and Neuse River gillnet restrictions because it's going to lead us into our next topic, which is the ferry line gillnet closures. So I want to direct everyone to the map on this slide showing the large mesh and small mesh gillnet restrictions in the Pamlico and Neuse rivers prior to implementation of the ferry line gillnet closures. I realize that this map is busy and has a lot of information on it, so let's walk through the relevant points. Most of the shading indicates areas with small mesh attendance requirements, like the mint green shading you see, which shows where small mesh anchored gillnets must be attended May through November. I'll also highlight 2 restrictions specifically related to striped bass that were implemented with the 2004 FMP, and these were done to reduce discard mortality in the anchored gillnet fishery. After closure of the striped bass commercial harvest season, large mesh gillnets are required to use 3-foot tie downs west of this line, outlined in the orange box, and these nets were also required to be set a minimum distance from shore of 50 yards above these lines, which are outlined by the green boxes. Supplement A closed the commercial harvest season so that tie down and distance from shore restrictions were in place all year. So it's important to remember that these restrictions are not arbitrary. They're based on data indicating their effectiveness at reducing striped bass discards. Distribution data shows striped bass typically use habitat less than 50 yards from shore and are more abundant in the upper parts of the rivers. That's why these distance from shore lines that are outlined by the green boxes on the map are drawn upriver. Requiring nets to be set greater than 50 yards from shore in these areas was estimated to reduce striped bass catch by up to 60%, and studies indicate use of tie downs decreases striped bass catch by 85 to 99% in water depths greater than 3 feet, depending on the season. Subsequent analysis estimated gillnet discards were reduced by approximately 82% after these restrictions were implemented. But regardless of the data indicating effectiveness of these existing gillnet restrictions and independent of Supplement A, at the February 2019 MFC business meeting, the following motion was passed. Ask the director of the NCDMF to issue a proclamation effective in conjunction with the supplement that restricts the use of gillnets that interact with striped bass upstream of the ferry lines and requires attendance of gillnets that interact with striped bass upstream of the tie-down lines. So the ferry lines, which are indicated on this map by the pink lines, and if they're a bit difficult to see or pick out, the ferry line in the Pamlico River is right there at Gum Point, and the line in the Neuse River is just below where it says Cooper Point. So after careful consideration, the DMF director declined the motion, concluding the scientific data did not support the requested management measure. So remember, the tie down and distance from shore restrictions, which are still outlined on this map, were estimated to have reduced striped bass discards by 82% after they were implemented. And as you can see on this map, the other gillnet restrictions in these rivers are pretty comprehensive. In response, on March 13th, 2019, the MFC held an emergency meeting and passed a motion directing the DMF to issue a proclamation regarding gillnets beyond what was contained in Supplement A. So once the commission votes to direct issuance of a proclamation, the fisheries director is bound by law to follow the commission decision. Given this requirement, a proclamation prohibiting the use of gillnets upstream of the ferry lines in the Pamlico and Neuse rivers was issued on March 15th, 2019. So all of that brings us to Amendment 2. Supplement management measures like the ones for the CSMA are meant to be temporary unless they are adopted as part of a subsequent amendment. Following adoption of Supplement A, DMF and WRC staff began working on development of Amendment 2, which addressed management of all striped bass stocks in North Carolina, including those in the Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse rivers. I quickly want to go over the goal of Amendment 2, which is to manage estuarine striped bass fisheries to achieve self-sustaining populations that provide sustainable harvest based on science-based decision-making processes. And I want to highlight this part of the goal stating, if biological and/or environmental factors prevent a self-sustaining population, then alternate management strategies will be implemented that provide protection for and access to the resource. So we're going to come back to this at the end of the presentation, but how we address this determines our process moving forward. So the first step in development of Amendment 2 was to try and determine stock status, meaning could we determine if the stock was overfished or if overfishing was occurring. No formal peer-reviewed stock assessments have been conducted for Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse River striped bass, and the stock status has been considered unknown. Because of continuous stocking and lack of natural recruitment, we couldn't generate biological reference points, so the stock status remains unknown. We did produce a report in 2020 that evaluated all the data collected, all management effort, and all major analyses. As part of the stock report, a demographic matrix model was conducted. The matrix model is not a stock assessment and does not provide population abundance or mortality estimates, but is used to evaluate stocking and management strategies. The matrix model results indicated that striped bass populations in the Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse rivers are depressed to an extent that sustainability is unlikely at any level of fishing mortality. The stocks are primarily limited by the lack of natural recruitment, and if stocking were stopped, abundance would decline. So Amendment 2 focuses on promoting natural recruitment to achieve self-sustaining populations by increasing overall abundance and increasing abundance of older, larger fish. This was done because if you remember earlier, we said those larger, older striped bass produce more and more viable eggs. So basically, the idea was to get more eggs into the system to increase the chances of natural recruitment occurring. Amendment 2 was adopted in November 2022, and to keep things short, for the Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse rivers, it maintained everything from Supplement A. So the harvest prohibition remained in place. Amendment 2 also maintained the ferry line gillnet closure, but it should be noted that the draft Amendment 2 presented to the MFC in February 2022 did include discussion of the ferry line gillnet closures and options providing limited access for the gillnet fishery above the ferry lines while continuing to minimize striped bass discards. But these options were voted, or the MFC voted to remove these options from the draft prior to sending the draft Amendment 2 for public and advisory committee review. Therefore, the only option the public advisory committees and the commission considered in Amendment 2 related to the ferry line gillnet closures was to maintain it. Additionally, the motion to approve Amendment 2 included language to maintain the gillnet prohibition through 2024 to allow for assessment of its performance. Amendment 2 also contained an adaptive management framework prescribing review of Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse River striped bass data through 2024 to begin in 2025. The intent of this data review is to evaluate the impact of the no possession provision on the Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse River striped bass stocks, and to answer the question of whether these populations are self-sustaining and if sustainable harvest can be determined. As directed in the motion, the data review will also evaluate performance of the gillnet prohibition. As prescribed, division staff began reviewing DMF and WRC data in 2025. Trends in key population parameters like adult abundance, age structure, natural recruitment, and hatchery contribution are being analyzed to determine the impact of the no possession measure on the and the gillnet closure. The analysis will also consider environmental conditions, changes to stocking strategies, and any new life history information. Which brings us to our timeline moving forward. As a reminder, this presentation is for informational purposes only. There are no actions for the commission today. At your August meeting, the striped bass leads will present results of the data analysis and present conclusions about whether the stocks are self-sustaining. The adaptive management framework allows for maintaining, strengthening, or loosening current restrictions depending on conclusions of the data analysis. Specifically, our Amendment 2 goal includes a sentence that if biological or environmental factors prevent self-sustaining populations, we'll implement strategies that provide protection for and access to the resource. So in August, we'll provide next steps for how we plan to proceed with management of these stocks. Again, there is no action for the MFC today, but there will be actions for the commission to consider regarding Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse River striped bass management and the ferry line gillnet closures at future meetings. So with that, we'll take any questions.
Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you guys for your presentation. Atlantic striped bass are in a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. The Albemarle Sound population's in a lot of trouble, and clearly this population's in very, very bad shape. There's been, I mean, go to the ASMSC, you talk about striped bass, you guys know it's tough. So, Charlton, you and I have talked about, when you look at recruitment, a couple things I want to bring up. First of all, is it safe to say that North Carolina recruitment tends to trend similar to Chesapeake Bay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also, when you look at striped bass population dynamics, isn't it safe to say that at any given time, it's usually made up of a few year classes. Like if you look at a decade period, maybe you have 1 or 2 or 3, maybe 4 good year classes in that time period that go up and down. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, like a lot of anadromous species, they have, some really big year classes, some mediocre, and then some poor spawn. So yes, they're usually, if you look at a long time series, you're going to see a peak in a JAI, 2 or 3 times in every 10 years. Sometimes you might get 2 or 3 back to back, like the 2014, 2015 year class.
Yeah, so when we look at like the 2015 year class, that was the last real big one, correct? So the big debate, not just here, but in all the East Coast states, has been there really hasn't been much recruitment at all in the last decade. It's looking really bad, correct?
It has been below average. It's been worse in the Roanoke River and Albemarle than it has at Chesapeake Bay, but yes, they have had a lot of below average and poor year classes in the last decade.
So when we look at this and we say that we're not seeing good recruitment or any recruitment, how can we say our analysis of the last decade is adequate knowing that recruitment is bad almost everywhere? If you have such a small population and the conditions are just not good for spawning, how can we say that they're not recruiting when they're not really recruiting anywhere else as well?
I think I lost you on that one. How can we say they're...
So we look at the CSMA, and we're not seeing much recruitment. But we're
Pretty
not...
much zero recruitment in the CSMA. That's the difference, right? They've never been spawning successfully in the CSMA, whereas in the other systems they have been.
But if it's so small and you have so few fish, how can we look at that and say there's zero? Maybe it's just so small you're just not picking it up.
That could be. I mean, we've just not seen any, in the CSMA systems, we've not seen any, zero natural wild recruitment, right?
So, yeah, so we've had a survey looking at recruitment in the CSMA system since 2017 for 8 years. In the Neuse River, we have not picked up any juveniles. The only juveniles that we've picked up have been stocked, the phase 1 fish that have been stocked there. In the Pamlico River, we've caught 2 wild fish in 2021. So those are the only fish. So there is some level of recruitment. It's not zero, right? We also have parentage-based testing results, which show the difference between a wild fish or a hatchery fish. And we do see, sometimes in some years, 20% or 30% of, wild fish, right? So there is potentially some level of that, of wild recruitment, but not very much.
So when you go back to like the 2015 year class, you saw more wild fish per your presentation.
So the 2015 year class, again, was recruitment in the AR.
Okay.
And so that was not recruitment in the Pamlico and Neuse.
So we know
River
for
system.
certain that recruitment in the Albemarle management area, we know it bled into this area, correct?
We have all indications that, yes, that's exactly what happened. We did an acoustic study where we targeted that 2015-14 year class. We captured fish in the Pamlico and Neuse Rivers, put in transmitters, and we were able to track 70% of those fish back to the AR system. So we have an indication. And then additionally, those were 10-year tags, so we've got some fish that actually resided in the Pamlico and Neuse and then made multiple spawning runs year after year back to that
Do
system.
they keep coming back? That was going to be, thank you for getting into that, was going to be my next question.
They do. Some fish have shown that in the acoustic work that we've done.
I mean, hypothetically, could this CSMA population, do you know for certain that maybe a huge portion of it was always fish that just went up to the Albemarle Sound every spring to spawn?
So that's what it looks like more and more. So, when the recruitment kind of was limited in the AR starting in 2017 or so, it's kind of pulled back the window or the curtain, so to speak, on what's in the Pamlico and Neuse. And so if you look at, every year we do annual FMP update, right, to review the fish management plan. So if you look at abundance indices in that last year's plan, you can see that it's decreasing. And kind of in concert with the decreases in the AR system as well. So that's kind of what we think, that in the Pamlico and Neuse, there's a high percentage at times of AR fish, and the hatchery fish mix with them.
Interesting.
So,
yeah, I mean, I was at the Roanoke, I go every spring, and it's probably the worst year we've ever had up there. It's really sad how few cars are in the parking lot. I mean, people just know there's just not fish there anymore.
Yes, sir.
To me, the interesting question is the prospective one as to whether or not those watersheds could, under the proper set of conditions, or could not, under the best hoped-for conditions, able to be able to sustain, let's just call them native populations in each of those watersheds. A lot of dams have come out in the Neuse and other places. Some are still there, right, in Rocky Mountain Mills and others. The bottomland systems are really different. And we all know, I think, that bottomland swamps are critically important juvenile habitat for recently spawned fish and things like that. And the timing of the floods and the timing of water flows in the Roanoke, carefully designed for striped bass, but not in the other rivers, right? So to me, the big question there is it likely, and then if it is, what would have to happen for us to have any confidence that those subpopulations could be recovered? I have a hard time believing it myself in this day and age, but if I don't think we should foreclose it if there is a reasonable possibility. So what do you guys think?
So, on the Neuse River, Army Corps of Engineers, they're looking at, flows for striped bass spawning. I think it's unrealistic that we would get something like what happens on the Roanoke River. But if they had water to, push out into the river system at a critical time, say the second week of April or something like that, that might be something that could be done. In the Tar-Pamlico River, the dam at Rocky Mount is privately owned. It's hydropower, so we don't have the ability to control flows there. But, the flow rates on the AR and the Roanoke are probably double the rates that we see in the Tar-Pam and the Neuse. And so the Roanoke fish have eggs that were designed for the flows in the Roanoke, but yet we've got Roanoke fish in systems that are much shallower and half of the flow, if at best. So that's one of our problems.
And so I recall, Charlton, some discussion about the possibility for reestablishing populations using non-Roanoke fish, genetically from the south, more in touch with what the future conditions are likely to be in those lower flow tributaries. I assume that's still
right.
under scientific evaluation.
Yeah, there was a master's student that did some work on the egg buoyancy of various striped bass. They did it for South Carolina, the Roanoke River, Tar-Pam, Neuse, Cape Fear. And as Dan said, the striped bass populations in the Tar-Pam and Neuse and south, they're riverine. They don't leave their river system ever. They kind of move up and down within the river system. So it's a different kind of life history than the Roanoke, where they actually at a certain age leave and go out into the Atlantic Ocean. We found in that research that some of the fish have more buoyant eggs than others, and South Carolina fish had a fairly buoyant egg. So last year was the first year that we introduced a different species or different stock into North Carolina from South Carolina. South Carolina fish are river residents, the same. They experience hot temperatures. So we did that last year, and then we may look into that through our stocking cooperative group, introducing maybe a fish that has a lighter buoyancy egg in the Neuse River system. We are cognizant of the importance of the AR stock in maintaining that. So we know that AR fish, just because of proximity, come down to the Neuse a little less than the Tar-Pamlico. It's a real direct connection between the Tar-Pam and the Roanoke there. They come through the Alligator Intercoastal Waterway. So it's a little more risk adverse dealing with the Neuse River first in terms of impacting the Roanoke stock.
Yeah, Tom.
So, the life history of striped bass and their egg buoyancy is fascinating. I mean, many people don't realize there's Gulf Coast subpopulations. There's a population that lives in Lake Pontchartrain, Louisiana, that the state's working to bring back due to dams. Now, haven't Roanoke River fish been stocked all over this country over the years? I mean, there's a spawning population from the Roanoke River that went to California in the 1890s that maintains a population today. So they've done really well in a lot of other systems, right? So,
correct.
I mean, and you've got these two rivers close by, and they're that unbelievably different.
I mean, yes, I mean, if you go to the Roanoke's got some depth, it's got twice the amount of flow than, say, the Tar-Pamlico does, so, I mean, they are. And we don't know what the endemics look like, or if they had really buoyant eggs. You know, Chesapeake Bay fish have buoyant eggs, just no matter what, it's genetically controlled. And so these are more environmentally controlled. But yeah, we don't really know. So, I mean, we assume that the Roanoke fish probably came into the Tar-Pamlico and strayed and participated some on the spawning, runs up there. I think they still do that to a lower level, but yeah, I'm not really sure of that with that.
So, I mean, we've done a lot of tagging of these fish. Have spawning Roanoke fish turned up in any other river systems? Like have they showed up in the Hudson, for example, or the Chesapeake Bay? Have you had a female show up anywhere else?
For Roanoke River fish?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, they show up all over, everywhere outside of the spawning season once they get big enough, right? So when they get larger, the 36, 40-inch females, once they spawn, we start getting tag returns. Usually they don't go into Chesapeake Bay and in the Hudson. They stay on the coast with the migratory stock. We'll start getting tag returns from Delaware, Sandy Point, Massachusetts, Montauk, all the way up to
So
Maine.
we know that, but do you believe that some of these fish stray into other spawning populations?
To other spawning grounds? No, we have not. I'm not aware of maybe in the Tar-Pam and Noose, we may have seen a fish that was tagged in the Roanoke on a rare occasion in those systems. But as far as like in the Chesapeake Bay in those spawning systems or the Hudson River in the spawning system, no, I'm not aware of ever seeing a striped bass tagged on the spawning grounds in the Roanoke River ever spawn in a system that far away.
So the reason I bring this up is there's been a lot of genetic studies of salmon recently, right? Because we all have this perception that salmon all go back to exactly the same river and Little Creek where they were born. Well, that's turned out not to be true. And if you look at any single population of salmon on the West Coast, a segment of it, 10%, 20%, are fish from other river systems. Because if you think about it evolutionary, why bottleneck yourself so much, right? You're always going to bring in a little bit more genetics. So I guess that was my question is there any straying between these populations like you see in some of these other anadromous species?
I'm not aware of any. I think the most recent genetic study for East Coast striped bass, LeBlanc, maybe a few years ago, identified a couple of larger, some areas of similarity, but we just don't see a lot. I mean, yes, like I said, every now and then we actually had one. The Tar, like Todd said, the Tar River is so much closer to the Roanoke. It's just not that uncommon. We actually, WRC tagged a fish on the spawning grounds in the Tar one year, or it might have been the Noose even, and he ended up back on the Roanoke. But I mean, they can travel a long ways in a short amount of time, and we've had fish that we've tagged, or Vims has tagged some our more Roanoke fish in the lower part of the James River, close to spawning time, but then when the end of April gets here, in just a short time, they'll run up to Roanoke. And we've also seen Chesapeake Bay fish. When the Atlantic coast stock was bigger, we caught tagged fish in the eastern middle part of Albemarle Sound all the time from Chesapeake Bay and all those rivers in the Chesapeake Bay. We just don't see that much anymore because that Atlantic coastwide stock has gotten so small. So I don't think they've strayed. If they stray, it's very, very little, and I'm not aware of any tagged fish from fish on our spawning grounds showing up that far and that far away from home in other river systems. Now, there is some evidence that they may possibly spawn in the upper part of the Chowan River, maybe the Meherrin, but so they're not maybe just spawning all right in Roanoke, but that's certainly the biggest one for in Albemarle Sound.
Yeah, that's just interesting. I'm just wondering why this population would be just so genetically isolated. That's my point. So
I'll forward you those genetic papers I'm thinking of.
Thank you.
I'm not an expert in genetics, so I can't really explain a lot of it to you.
All right, let's get William's question, and then we'll move on.
I'll try to be fast. So in the past, I've read and heard that it's the genetic stock into question whether the stockfish in the southern rivers are genetically programmed to spawn in those rivers because of egg buoyancy or whatever. And then there's also flow issues and there's water quality issues. I've heard of some of all of that. Has y'all's thinking evolved? Like, your current thinking as to what's keeping those fish, the stocked fish, from spawning? Is there a combination, or what's the combination of factors, and what are y'all thinking? Like, how do the problems rank that are keeping them from spawning right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think probably the biggest thing, they go up to the spawning grounds and they spawn, they produce viable eggs, but again, environmental conditions like flow, striped bass eggs need to float in the water column, be suspended for at least 2 days at like 18 degrees C. If it's colder, it needs to be more. So if they interact with the bottom, then they will suffocate essentially and die. And so you're dealing with sometimes spawning conditions, 2 or 3 feet depth. And then they've got to go through some areas that are even more shallow than that. Kind of what Commissioner Roller was saying, striped bass, if given the right conditions, can really rebound. They can really produce a lot of fish very quickly. But I think it's the environmental issues that we're dealing with, a lot of flow issues that are restricting these populations.
And was I mistaken, did you show us a slide that had something like 40% of riverborne fish in your populations in the tarpam or the noose? That, like, in 2017? I must have misread that slide, that one. So that half of the fish in the tarpam were, close to half in the tarpam in 2018, over half were wild.
That's correct.
So those are fish that were spawned in that river, or maybe not necessarily spawned in that river, but spawned.
Right, so when we get the PBT, the parent-based testing, right, so we take the adult fish, put them in a hatchery, take some genetics, and we can tell all the babies whether they're hatchery or not.
Yeah.
And so if it's a non-hatchery fish, it's a wild fish, we don't know where that came from.
So it may not have spawned in the tarpam.
It could have been
Okay.
a tarpam noose native fish, it could be a Roanoke fish, it could be a fish from outside of these systems. It's just hatchery or non-hatchery.
Okay, but there was stocking going on back then, so it could have been that those stocked fish were spawned. Could those have been? They could have been spawned from hatchery fish.
Absolutely. If you take
wild.
2 hatchery fish and they spawn,
Yeah.
they produce a wild fish.
So there may have been reproduction from hatchery fish. But you're confident
We've made
there's
the
not,
assumptions on.
But there's not now.
Right. We're making the assumptions based on some of the acoustic data, some of the parent-based testing data, that these are more likely than not wild, from the AR.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I'll send all of y'all another paper. We've been tagging striped bass for a long time. So kind of following up with Todd, the larger the year class the AR produces, or the larger their population is, more fish are going to be captured in the tarpam and noose rivers, right? They're just needing to stretch out more. So we've got some good papers with a bunch of good maps in there. I can send all of y'all to kind of get up on that. But so it looks like that that 2014, 15 year classes, it looks like those wild fish were bleed over from the AR. But so I got a couple of papers I'll follow up to send all y'all.
All right. Yes, sir, Tom.
Just, as we're considering this, I think your analysis of why you believe those fish are AR, I think is going to be really important for us to see at the commission.
All right, thank you, guys. We're going to move on. And we got spotted sea trout cold stun.
I resisted. Jesse's giving me a hard time because I'm always changing my talking points at the last second. All right. So good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Lucas Pensinger. I work out of the Central District Office in Morehead City, and I am the spotted sea trout biologist. So I'm here to give you an update on the January 2025 cold stun event and how the adoption of Amendment 1 to the Spotted Sea Trout Fishery Management Plan has guided and will continue to guide the division's response to that event. I promise for once I will keep my part of today, at least, pretty brief. So I did just want to start by reminding you of the cold stun protocol that the division uses, and that helps us to determine whether a cold stun is severe enough that the spotted sea trout fishery should close. Just a quick note, all the pictures of cold stun fish that I'll show here today, they were either taken by members of the public and submitted along with a cold stun report, or they were taken by division staff while we were out investigating cold stuns. So we consider the number of dead spotted sea trout reported and confirmed, as well as how many different areas of the state these reports come from. So we look at temperature in a very similar way by considering both how cold the water gets, but also how much of the state is affected by that cold water. So we also consider how quickly the water temperature changes. Faster drops in water temperature mean spotted sea trout are less likely to be able to escape to warmer water, and they're more likely to die. Rapid drops in water temperature, those are usually due to like snow runoff or ice runoff, things along those lines. However, if the air temperature stays cold for a prolonged period, that can actually drop water temperatures as well. So drops in water temperatures because of prolonged periods of cold air temperatures, those drops do tend to happen more slowly. And while slower changes in water temperature can mean that spotted sea trout have a chance to escape to warmer waters, if air temperatures stay cold for too long, then obviously even those warmer refuges can get too cold for spotted sea trout to survive. And then finally, we evaluate some water temperature triggers. Research has shown that spotted sea trout mortality gets very high when water temperatures fall below 41 degrees Fahrenheit for eight consecutive days. So if they stay that low for 8 days, or below 34.7 degrees Fahrenheit for 24 hours. So if water temperatures stay that low for 24 hours, we tend to see much higher mortality. So we have about 75 water temperature loggers deployed at about 50 different stations throughout the state. And these stations are really spread throughout winter spotted sea trout habitat. So places that we see spotted sea trout regularly and places that we've seen cold stuns in the past. Those loggers take a water temperature reading every 15 minutes, which allows us to see how many areas in the state reach either of those temperature triggers. So just to put the January cold stun into perspective, division staff confirmed cold kills of more than 25 spotted sea trout in many areas of the state, going from Tyrrell County the whole way down to Onslow County. And similarly, water temperature loggers at 23 stations from Tyrrell County to New Hanover County recorded water temperatures below either one or both of those water temperature triggers. And though we weren't able to confirm spotted sea trout kills further south, or at least let me clarify that. We weren't able to confirm spotted sea trout kills of more than 25 spotted sea trout south of Onslow County. We did receive plenty of reports of, like 5 or 6, 10 or 12 here or there. The reason we look at 25 fish is the Division of Water Resources monitors non-cold stun fish kills, and 25 fish is the threshold for to consider something a fish kill. Okay, so next I'll just run real briefly through the timeline of that cold stun event. I received the first of many cold stun reports on January 13th, so it might not look like there's a lot going on this picture. But each of these red circles that I just added represents a dead spotted sea trout. And it's important to think about that those were only the ones that were floating in that area. The ones that are under the water, quite a bit harder to see. From January 14th through January 21st, the division received many additional cold stun reports. Whenever possible, division staff investigated those reports, and they started downloading water temperature data from stations close to where we received cold stun reports. On January 22nd, Director Rawls issued Proclamation FF11-2025 to close the spotted sea trout fishery due to the ongoing cold stun event. To further compound what was already looking like a pretty bad cold stun, many areas of North Carolina received 5 or more inches of snow on January 21st and 22nd. So between the 22nd and 29th, the division received, many is probably an understatement, a whole bunch more reports of dead and cold stunned fish, and we continued to investigate those. Division staff also downloaded water temperature data from all of the water temperature loggers throughout the state. And then as the snow began to melt, you might sense a recurring theme here, but we continued to receive even more reports of fish kills, and many of those started to include not just spotted sea trout, but a variety of other species such as red drum, black drum, sheep's head, spot croaker, striped mullet, and weak fish. Speaking of winter weather, as I think Catherine mentioned earlier today, your February business meeting was rescheduled to March because of even more winter weather. So at that rescheduled meeting, y'all voted to adopt Amendment 1 to the Spotted Sea Trout Fishery Management Plan, which brings us to April 8th, when Director Rawls issued Proclamation FF-15-2025, which extended the Spotted Sea Trout cold stun closure through June 30th, which is consistent with the cold stun management adopted in Amendment 1. So to wrap up, I just want to touch briefly on that cold stun management and remind you of it. So if you recall, that management was separated into that initial management step and then cold stun adaptive management that could be temporarily put into place in the event of an especially severe cold stun. So that initial management was to extend the fishery closure through June 30th, and as I mentioned on the previous slide, that step was taken on April 8th. The cold stun adaptive management allows the division, with approval from the commission, to temporarily adjust size limits, bag and trip limits, gill net yardage, and seasons in the event of a really bad cold stun. Which transitions us perfectly into the next steps. So the division doesn't have a recommendation yet for any cold stun adaptive management that might be needed. At this point, we're still in that data gathering stage, and we'll continue to analyze data from the cold stun itself. So that's things like the numbers of dead fish that we see and the water temperature, how quickly water temperature changed, all that stuff from the earlier slide there. We'll also analyze data from after the cold stun. So that's things like abundance from our independent sampling and length or age distributions. If we believe that further measures are needed in order to help the spotted sea trout population recover more quickly, I'll be back in front of you later this year to present the division's recommendations as well as information in support of those. So regardless of whether the division ultimately recommends additional measures or not, staff will put together a final cold stun report with a detailed data analysis of the cold stun event. And that will, the idea of that report is to try to get to the severity of this cold stun. So the plan is to include that report in the materials for your February 2026 business meeting. And with that, I really hope I've kept to my promise of keeping things brief, and I would be happy to answer any questions anybody might have.
Yes, sir, Tom.
When, you and I talked about this, when we had that snowfall, given past discussions I've had with biologists in other states, a quick snow melt is one of the most dangerous things that you can have for a cold stun. And for as many fish as we saw around Beaufort, like all sorts of juvenile, red drum and weak fish and everything, sheep's head, I really feared the worst. But, anecdotally, particularly in the upper Neuse, there seems to be a lot more trout around than I expected. People were having pretty good fishing. Do you have any other anecdotal observations from the spring?
Of pretty good trout fishing?
Well, not just pretty good trout fishing, but maybe, the cold stun maybe was bad, but maybe it wasn't catastrophic. Do you have any?
I think a lot of that, in my opinion, has to do with population size heading into the cold stun. If you think about the percentage of fish that we expect to die depends on severity of the cold stun, which unfortunately is really hard to get an idea of. But let's say for argument's sake, 50% of the fish out there die. When you have a whole lot of fish, 50% of that is still a good number of fish. So I think a lot of what we're seeing is just that the population was in really great shape heading into the cold stun, which means it's probably in pretty decent shape coming out of it and is going to bounce back even faster than we would expect. I would assume. But we aren't quite at the stage that I'm totally comfortable saying that yet.
No, but that's a really great point. It's a really good way to explain it to the public. As a fisherman, I'd say with speckled trout management, closing it prior to a cold stun was probably one of the most impactful things we have done in a positive way. I mean, from my own experience, I mean, we had cold stuns back in the day where you were lucky to find anything over the course of the summer. And now in the past decade, guess what? Fishing's usually halfway pretty decent over the course of the year. Maybe it won't be great, but they're still around in decent numbers. So.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Can I just add one thing too? I just had a note here that just to let the commission know that the Wildlife Resources Commission has also closed their recreational harvest of spotted sea trout in inland and joint waters, I use that lightly, from May 2nd through June the 30th. So they have their management has caught up with the commission, the division's management, and they did recognize in their news release where they talked about their closure, the importance of regulatory consistency and following the spotted sea trout fishery management plan. So they've caught up with your management so far.
Okay, so we're going to Eastern Oyster.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Bennett Paradis. I'm a biologist in the Morehead City office, and I'm here with Joe Fischendela. He's a biologist in the Wilmington office, and we're the co-leads for the Eastern Oyster FMP. At the March 2025 business meeting, the MSC voted on their preferred management options for Amendment 5 to the Eastern Oyster FMP. So today's presentation will quickly summarize those options to the Commission before the MFC makes a final vote on adoption of the FMP. At the meeting in March, you all as a commission voted on preferred management options for Amendment 5. The draft FMP was then sent to the DEQ Secretary for legislative review, and they provided no comment. So today, the action item will be for the MFC to vote on final adoption of Amendment 5. So I'll give a little bit of background over the management options presented to you for recreational shellfish harvest and mechanical oyster harvest and the preferred management measures that you selected in March before we go into the final action. For recreational harvest, there are significant data gaps, and there's also concerns about distributing health and safety information to participants in the recreational shellfish fishery. And so for Appendix 1, which covers recreational harvest, the Commission selected option 1B in March. And this was to support the NCDMF to further explore options outside of the FMP process to develop solutions regarding recreational shellfish harvest. And that would include estimating participation in landings and figuring out a way to distribute health and safety information to participants. Switching gears to Appendix 2, this details the proposed management strategies for the mechanical oyster harvest in Pamlico Sound. While mechanical harvest gear like oyster dredges offer an efficient means for harvesting oysters, their use requires careful management and consideration of their potential negative impacts to both oyster stocks and habitat. The Coastal Habitat Protection Plan identifies bottom disturbing gear, including dredges, as having the potential to be highly destructive to oyster reefs. NCMFC has set a goal to enhance and protect habitats from adverse physical impacts and recommended the following actions: protect habitat from adverse fishing gear effects, and protect and restore important fish habitat functions from damage associated with activities such as dredging. To continue to maintain harvestable oyster populations in Pamlico Sound, and to balance the value of oysters as both a fishery resource and essential habitat, Amendment 5 proposes a three-tiered approach for oyster mechanical harvest management. These include establishing deep water oyster recovery areas where the habitat is valued more so than the fishery value, further emphasizing culture-supported harvest where habitat and fishery value are weighed equally, and integrating rotational cold sites where the fishery value is emphasized. The first of these strategies is to establish deep water oyster recovery areas, or DORAs. The remnant deep water natural oyster reefs in the Pamlico River and the Neuse River have suffered mass mortality from water quality impacts. These reefs, in areas deeper than 16 feet, have likely not supported much fishery effort since 2018 and have had very few live or legal oysters sampled during division monitoring efforts. Additionally, no culture planting effort is occurring in these areas, as the division does not have the permits needed to do so. DMF has identified 845 acres of potential vulnerable oyster habitat near the mouths of the Neuse and Pamlico rivers. These deep water oyster reefs also overlap with strategic habitat areas, which are specific locations of fish habitat that have been identified in the CHIP as providing exceptional habitat functions or that are particularly at risk due to imminent threats, vulnerability, or rarity. 2 DORAs where mechanical harvest would not be open were identified. The overarching goals of the DORAs are to reduce gear disturbance on valuable oyster reef habitat, allowing them to grow vertically and increase their resilience to disturbance events. The division identified 3 management options for DORAs. Option 1A is status quo. Option 1B is a larger area DORA, and in this map, it's outlined in black. And this would protect 180 acres of deep water oyster habitat in the Neuse River. And that would encompass 73% of identified oyster habitat in that area. Option 1C, on the other hand, is a smaller DORA, and this would protect 71 acres of deep water oyster habitat in the Neuse River and encompass 29% of the identified oyster habitat there. The division developed the same set of options for the Pamlico River. Option 1A is status quo. Option 1B is a larger area which would protect 500 acres of deep water oyster habitat in the Pamlico River, and that would encompass 88% of the identified oyster habitat in that area. And then option 1C is a smaller area which would protect 200 acres of deep water oyster habitat in the Pamlico River, and that would encompass 33% of that identified oyster habitat. For the DORA strategy, the MFC selected 1B, adopt larger proposed DORAs. Moving on to strategy 2, culture-supported harvest areas. Significant culture planting effort has gone into creating harvestable reefs and replenishing culture material lost in areas open to mechanical harvest in Pamlico Sound. Culture-supported harvest areas will be subject to the previously established bushel limits, so 15 bushel open water and 10 bushel bays, and the bays will continue to be capped to a total of 6-week possible season. The primary change from previous management is that the season lengths will be predetermined and based on division pre-season sampling of the oyster resource and potentially modified by one in-season sampling event. The goal here would be to eliminate unpredictability experienced by harvesters in terms of how long mechanical harvests will occur in a given season. And so for this strategy, the commission selected, option 2B, which was to adopt the proposed culture-supported harvest strategy. Strategy 3 is the rotational culture site strategy. The culture planting program has implemented a reef building strategy in Pamlico Sound to create large 10-acre culture sites in areas that are open to mechanical harvest with the goal of having at least 16 sites planted by 2026. The proposed management strategy for rotational culture sites is to not allow harvest to occur for 3 years post-construction and then open to harvest on the 4th year. After one season of harvest, the site would then be closed to harvest for the following 3 years. Immediately after a harvest season, a site which was harvested would be evaluated by the division and replenished with additional culture material as needed during annual culture planting activities. The site would be open and closed via proclamation on a 4-year rotational schedule. Since your last business meeting, the division has made slight changes to the implementation plan, and this includes adding additional planned sites to enable contingency-based substitution of rotational sites for potentially more successful sites. Large rotational coast sites would not be subject to season lengths set by culture-supported harvest areas. The open large sites in a management area would open to mechanical harvest at the start of the mechanical season and close on March 31st. And so for the rotational coach strategy, the commission selected option 3B to adopt the proposed strategy. With the adoption of culture-supported management, adaptive management may be needed to adjust the fixed season length if there are large changes in participation in the fishery. Fixed season lengths may become either too restrictive with decreased fishery participation, or conversely, a large change in participation may result in inadequate protection to the oyster resource. The division would consider a large change if the 3-year running average of participants in the mechanical oyster fishery changes by more than 25%. This would trigger an examination of oyster sampling data, and the fixed season length may be revised. And so for this option, option 4, adaptive management, the commission selected 4B to adopt proposed adaptive management to allow for modifying season length based on participation fluctuations. So to summarize, Appendix 1, recreational harvest, the commission selected 1B. And then for Appendix 2, the mechanical harvest issue paper, the commission selected options 1B, 2B, 3B, and 4B. So with that, we'll go into the final action, or your action item for today, which is to vote on the final adoption of Amendment 5. We'll take any questions.
Got a motion on it?
Then I'll make a motion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, guys, one question. I think you guys kind of know my thoughts on all this with the DORAs and everything. But my question is there a plan to open these areas back up if we see good signs?
Yeah, I mean, this plan is for, the duration of Amendment 5, and when Amendment 6 comes up, it's kind of all up for debate again, and ideally we'll be presenting kind of results of our monitoring of the DORA approach, and, is this something that seems like we're seeing recovery or not, and then it's kind of reevaluate at that point in time if the commission feels like continuing or discontinuing DORA approach. It's kind of up to the commission at that point.
Thanks. I think that's really great to hear. My other question would be, is there an instance where we actually have ever opened something back up? And if there is, if you guys can just, no? Okay. Okay. This chairman saying no, we've never opened something back up once we've closed it. Okay.
For the record, I'll second the motion.
All right. Tom made the motion, and
Do you want me to start? I didn't say. I said I would, make the motion to vote on the final adoption of Eastern Oyster Fishery Management Plan Amendment 5 as approved at our previous meeting. Does that work?
and then Doug seconded.
Second. You need a second?
Doug
You have
did.
a second.
Yes, sir, Tom.
Just a couple comments. I mean, we had a lot of debate, a lot of really good debate on this amendment at the last commission meeting. It's hard debate, but it had a lot of good comments. And, I think at least with the DORAs, and go back to Commissioner Bethay's comment is, with this deep water oysters, we've got to give them some time to recover, right? Instead of just continuing. That's the whole idea here. If we're going to open them back up, we need to give them a longer time period in which to potentially recover before we can even consider that.
May I respond?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Commissioner Roller. I totally agree with that. My issue is the fact that we're going to be closing off a larger area instead of a smaller area to receive the data for that. I agree. I think it's important for us to know, but I think we can get that data from shutting down a smaller area instead of a larger area, especially if we've never opened one back up. Thank you.
All right, so we got a motion, a second, we had discussion. Let's have a vote.
Nay.
Commissioner Blanton?
No.
Commissioner Claus?
Yes.
Commissioner Gardner? No. Commissioner Hobgood? Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Commissioner Service?
Aye.
No. It passes 5-4. All right,
Thanks,
so
everyone.
we'll go to the Clam now.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Lorena De La Garza, one of the Clam co-leads, and Jeff Dobbs is here, the other co-lead. Today's presentation will be short with an action item, which is to vote on the final adoption of Amendment 3 to the Hard Clam FMP. At the meeting in March, you all as a commission voted on preferred management options for Clam Amendment 3. The draft FMP was then sent to the DEQ Secretary for legislative review, and they provided no comment. So today, the action item will be for the MFC to vote on final adoption of Amendment 3. With some background, I'll go over the management options presented to you for recreational shellfish harvest, mechanical clam harvest, and the preferred management measures that you selected in March. And then we'll go into our action item. As was just reviewed in the Oyster presentation, this recreational shellfish harvest issue is a shared issue with the Oyster FMP. You just voted on this issue, so it does not need to be voted on again. In Amendment 3, our main issues and concerns focus on the commercial mechanical clam fishery. We addressed habitat concerns and excessive sedimentation associated with these bottom disturbing gears. Participation in trips in the mechanical harvest fishery have declined and are at the lowest levels on record, along with how this fishery requires significant resources from the state for maintenance and monitoring. So all of these factors brought us to look at the balance between the value of the habitat versus the value of the mechanical clam fishery. The management options presented were, for option 1, mechanical clam harvest, status quo, further limit mechanical clam harvest areas to improve enforceability and protect habitat, phase out mechanical clam harvest, a 3-year phase out with contingency triggers prior to 2027, and phase out mechanical clam harvest, a 3-year phase out with no triggers to remove incentive as the goal is to protect the habitat. For option 2, mechanical clam harvest in conjunction with maintenance dredging, options were status quo and discontinue the allowance for mechanical clam harvest in conjunction with maintenance dredging upon adoption of this plan. Options selected were option 1D and option 2B. After your vote today, the next steps will be for DMF to implement these management strategies. For the mechanical harvest phase out, messaging and public news releases will go out in late 2027 through 2028, and the phase out being in full effect May 2028. Mechanical gear can still be used on private leased bottom. Mechanical clam harvest in conjunction with maintenance dredging will ultimately require a rule change that once drafted will enter the annual rulemaking cycle. And this process will take a couple of years. In the meantime, this has not been utilized since 2007, so things will continue as they have, and proclamations will not be opening up areas. Following this meeting, a news release will go out covering all the details. So we are at our final action item, and we can also take any questions.
I got one question. Go back to that picture you had there. I'm looking to see if I was seeing correct. So is that supposed to be a clam dredge?
No.
Okay, I was just wondering because I've never seen a clam dredge that looked like that. I was just wondering. Looks like a shrimp boat or a dragger to me. All right. Well, I know a clam dredge don't do that much disturbance when they're there. They're a little place about that wide is what they're digging. All right, does anybody want to make a motion on this? Yes, sir.
I move that we vote on final adoption of the hard clam fisheries management plan amendment 3 as approved at our previous meeting.
Second.
Discussion.
It's got one comment to make. It just really doesn't make any sense to recommend doing away with the public harvest of the clam, mechanical clam, and to continue to allow mechanical harvest on private bottom. That's not fair to permit one man to do so and to allow him to continue on dredging on bottom, but the man over here that uses public bottom is now not allowed to be able to do that. And I just don't think that's fair.
Go ahead.
So I will say that's done through permitting through Zach's crowd, and that's going to be done on a case-by-case basis. Obviously, if it's near a strategic habitat area or it's going to disrupt, grass beds or whatever, that wouldn't be permitted. These lease sites are already permitted in areas that don't already have shellfish. They don't already have seagrass nearby. They're hopefully a good buffered distance away from a strategic habitat area, but we would look at it on a case-by-case basis.
And I don't know how it worked anywhere else, but in my area where they allowed clam dredging, it was 6-7 feet deep, and there's no seagrass growing there. And I know that was a big issue that everybody brought up about how clam dredges destroy all the seagrass. And down my way, there's no seagrass because it's too deep for it to grow. It don't get sunlight. But anyway, go ahead, Ryan.
There's also seagrass on leased bottom, a lot of leased bottom as well. The other thing I was going to say, just for the record, in terms of option 1, I'm not in support of B. I think that we should allow recreational shellfish people, clam guys to do their thing, and especially with the lack of public health issues is how I see it. With the mechanical clam harvest, I agree with Commissioner Blanton, and I also think that even if one person is doing it, we should allow it. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Any more? Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, just to, and Zach can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think right now we have 4 permits for harvesting on private bottom, mechanical harvesting on private bottom. It is somewhere around that number, is not very many.
And the other thing about that is these people have these leases and they spent thousands and thousands of dollars to plant these clams. And the only way to get them when they plant them in that deep water, because most of these clam places where they use mechanical harvest, like the ones in New River that are leases, it's 8 or 10 feet deep where they plant these clams, and there's no seagrass there. It's too dark water and too deep. So, with that, but anyway, yes, sir.
I just want to go back to Commissioner Bethay's first comment regarding option 1B. My understanding, correct, is that's just to endorse the fact that we need better data on recreational harvest. It doesn't change recreational harvest, correct?
Yeah, it's just to explore potential options to address that.
Yeah, because you don't need a fishing license in order to harvest clams. And I mean, these are rhetorical statements, but correct, Director? So, thank you.
All right. Yes, sir, Ryan.
I was aware of that, Mr. Roller. Thank you.
All right, so we had discussion, we got a motion and a second. So how about a vote, Jess?
Commissioner Bethea?
Nay.
Commissioner Blanton?
No.
Commissioner Claus?
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner?
Aye.
Commissioner Hopgood?
Aye.
Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Commissioner Service?
Aye.
And Chairman Corbett.
No. And so that passes 6-3. Thank you, guys. Okay. Kat, have we got somebody here with the flounder stuff? Either one of the flounder things we got going? Because we got nothing else left on our list for today.
Much to their dismay, we do.
Well, let's get them up here. Let's get a couple more things done today. Who do I get to pick on now? Let's see. Oh, Jeff Dobbs. I love picking on Jeff. And then then I get Jeff and Dan.
Well, since this is flounder, could we maybe just take a little break? Well, how about this? I'm about to take a break.
Okay, all right. How long a break you need? Are you going on? Okay, well, we'll let them start. You've probably heard this before anyway. You take your pick. Let your conscience be your guide. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let your subconscious be your guide. All right, guys, you can go ahead because Kat says she's heard it all before.
Excuse me. Wow. There you go. Do I need to have Well, to me, that seems like it could be potentially a good.
Clam drainage got a mouth on it like that one. And it's got to be at least 6 feet deep. Most places it's 10 feet. Now where I'm at, I only do it in coastal areas. There's no issue.
The extra slides. Or it's really hoping I had right here and there.
I mean, we keep pushing this hard. So let's push them over here with something else. Like give it. That's what they say.
That's exciting. Nothing more fun than a busted boat trailer. Like go to pull out and the axle sags over.
It's been
Did they ever get the boat fixed that blew up on the, okay.
We're getting it worked on right now. Just got the whole
There's the mechanism
bottom
for
pulled
people
out.
to get back in.
Cut the floors out.
Well, yeah, it was like there was more rot in there than they thought, but it's such a good. It's like a 95 privateer. I mean,
Okay,
it's just
yeah,
such
it's
a
good
good
boat.
heavy
They
boat.
put so much gas in those too.
All right, Jeff, go ahead. go ahead. They'll quit talking when you start.
All right.
If they don't quit talking when you start, I'll get them to quit.
Well, hello again. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jeffrey Dobbs. I'm one of the FMP coordinators for the division. Today with me are the division's Southern Flounder lead biologists, Ann Markwith and Holly White. Today I'll be presenting an overview of Amendment 4 to inform, oh, we're losing.
Or we won't be doing anything.
Jeff broke it.
I broke, yeah. We lost the screen. It's not important to have that first one, so I'll continue the introduction here. So this amendment originated from the MFC's motion to open the Southern Flounder FMP for the review of the plan to begin in 2024. The intent is to allow for more recreational access while maintaining the rebuilding requirements of the North Carolina Southern Flounder FMP Amendment 3 that was passed at your August 2024 business meeting. The sole issue in this amendment is increasing recreational access to Southern Flounder through sector allocation parity, and it was developed to address this motion. Can we get the technical difficulties screen up? Hey, all right. Thank you, Jesse.
I just want to point out I did exactly what he did to get it open, and it worked for me. So that's awesome.
He's doing his best. Okay, so here's a quick outline of what we're going to be discussing today. I'll begin with a review of the timeline for this amendment. We'll then move into an overview of the lone issue in Amendment 4, beginning with the issue origination, followed by some background information before moving on to the discussion of the proposed management options. I will then give an overview of public comment and AC recommendations received during the review periods, followed by your action items today, selecting your preferred management. Here's the timeline for development of Amendment 4. Please note that this timeline is significantly abbreviated from typical plan development. This is necessary in order to adopt and implement new management measures in time for the 2025 flounder season. Just to note, this amendment is only meant to provide a short-term approach to the MFC's motion while Amendment 5 is developed. Long-term, more comprehensive approaches for recreational and commercial management will be addressed during subsequent development of Amendment 5. I will now review the sole issue paper for Amendment 4 titled Increasing Recreational Access to Southern Flounder Through Sector Allocation Parity. At the 2024 MFC business meeting, the MFC passed a motion to amend the Southern Flounder FMP for the review of the plan to begin in 2024. The intent is to allow for more recreational access while maintaining the rebuilding requirements of the North Carolina Southern Flounder FMP Amendment 3. Accelerating the shift to sector allocation parity in 2025 instead of 2026 as originally scheduled in Southern Flounder Amendment 3 addresses this motion in time for the fall 2025 recreational Southern Flounder season while remaining within the constraints of the Amendment 3 rebuilding requirements and the prescribed nature of the DEQ Secretary's approval. Southern Flounder are currently managed under Amendment 3, which was adopted in May 2022 and implemented a quota-based approach to rebuild the stock to the spawning stock biomass target by reducing North Carolina's portion of the catch by 72% compared to catch in 2017, the terminal year of the stock assessment. Quota management includes paybacks for more precise management and to account for quota overages. To meet the 72% reduction required to rebuild SSB to the target, the quota was set to 548,000 pounds of total allowable catch, or TAC, which results in 532,000 pounds of total allowable landings, or TAL, when the estimated dead discards are accounted for. This TAL was further divided into commercial and recreational sector allocations. The allocation was set to 70% commercial and 30% recreational for 2021 through 2024 based on 2017 landings, with allocations moving to 60/40 in 2025 and 50 in 2026. This table shows combined landings, discards, and overall reductions from both sectors since 2017, the terminal year of the stock assessment. Under Amendment 3, commercial landings have been closely monitored by the Trip Ticket Program to maintain total landings near the quota in near real time for each gear and management area suballocation. This approach is not realistic for the recreational sector, thus a one fish bag limit and restricted harvest seasons have been used to constrain recreational landings. Total recreational landings are estimated through the Marine Recreational Information Program, or MRIP, and the DMF gig mail surveys, and those data are not available until after the fishing season. Dead discards for both sectors are not available until after the fisheries close, but are added to make sure that the sector's total allowable catch is not exceeded each year. Management under Amendment 3 achieved a 69% harvest reduction in 2022 and 68% in 2023, shown in the red box. Reductions from Amendment 2 are shown in the blue box. This table shows recreational TAC and catch estimates in pounds with adjusted TAC based on overage reductions. As you can see, for 2022, the total removals from the recreational fishery exceeded its TAC by an estimated 56,000 pounds. This overage was deducted from the 2023 recreational TAC, represented by the adjusted TAC for 2023, and the season was reduced to 2 weeks. Despite this adjustment, recreational removals increased to 241,000 pounds in 2023, resulting in an overage of 127,000 pounds. The overage was deducted from the 2024 recreational TAC, leaving 43,000 pounds in adjusted TAC, which was less than the predicted recreational dead discards of 47,000 pounds, causing the DMF to not open the recreational season in 2024. A major contributor to recreational overages has been dead discards in the hook and line fishery, which have remained at or above the level observed in 2017 despite shortened seasons. Estimated dead discards and MRIP landings estimates from the short 2024 recreational season are awaiting final analysis, but will be used to adjust the TAC for the 2025 season. To immediately address recreational access in time for a 2025 recreational season within the bounds of Amendment 3 and the Secretary's approval, the only option developed was to expedite the sector allocation transition to 50/50 in 2025 by amending the plan. This would result in a 66.7% increase in recreational TAL compared to 2024 by adding 106,470 pounds from the commercial sector to the recreational sector allocation in 2025. Under the Amendment 3 allocation shift schedule to 60/40 in 2025, there would likely be a short recreational season in 2025. Expediting the shift to 50/50 in 2025 reduces the possibility of recreational catch overages that may mitigate the need for future season closures, though will not likely increase the length of the recreational season. However, maintaining Amendment 3 rebuilding requirements does not provide substantial harvest opportunities for any fishing sector, regardless of allocation. And given recreational landings and discard levels in recent years, even with a shift to 50/50 allocation, season closures in 2026 and beyond remain a possibility due to overages. This allocation shift is a short-term solution to address recreational access. Long-term, more comprehensive approaches for recreational and commercial management will be addressed during concurrent development of Amendment 5. It is important to keep in mind that Amendment 4 addresses an allocation issue, not a resource issue. The MFC tasked the division with creating more recreational access while maintaining the 72% reduction from Amendment 3. Due to this reduction, the amount of resource available hasn't changed, so the only way to address this motion in 2025 is to shift allocations. The pie is the same size, the slices are just being adjusted. However, adjusting those slices has some serious implications. This table illustrates why even with more quota allocation to the recreational sector, the season will not be longer than previous seasons under Amendment 3. Estimated recreational landings from 22 and 23 indicate an increase in catch over shorter seasons. Even with a shift to 50/50 allocation, a recreational season that maintains the one fish bag limit from Amendment 3 would need to be brief, likely between 2 and 4 weeks, to maintain allowable landings of 266,000 pounds while accounting for dead discards. When recreational catch estimate analyses from 2024 are complete, it will be used to determine if recreational catch exceeded the adjusted TAC of 43,000 pounds in 2024. Any overages will be subtracted from the 2025 TAL. The Amendment 3 management strategy provides guidance on the shift in landings from the commercial to the recreational sector. Per Amendment 3, the poundage shifted to recreational landings will come from the commercial mobile gear TAL allocation. This will reduce the mobile gear TAL from 186,000 pounds allocated in 2024 to 79,000 pounds in 2025, minus any overages that may have occurred in 2024. This allocation shift will likely further shorten the mobile gear season. Based on recent mobile gear landings trends, the scheduled allocation shift will result in a mobile gear season that will likely last 1 or 2 days, which may be non-consecutive. The management options for Amendment 4 include status quo. Status quo would maintain the allocation transition schedule from Amendment 3, 60/40 recreational in 2025 and 50/50 beginning in 2026. This does not immediately address the MFC motion to increase recreational access in the southern flounder fishery. The motion would be addressed by a more comprehensive amendment process. The second option would be to expedite the allocation shift. This would expedite the commercial recreational sector allocation transition to 50/50 in 2025 rather than in 2026 as prescribed in Amendment 3. This option immediately addresses the NCMFC motion to increase recreational access to southern flounder. Long-term, more comprehensive solutions for recreational access will be addressed during subsequent development of Amendment 5 to the North Carolina Southern Flounder FMP. Because of the abbreviated timeline to complete this amendment in time for the new management for the 2025 recreational season, these are our only management options for Amendment 4. I will now move into a brief review of the public comment and advisory committee recommendations received during the public comment period. The public comment period was open from April 1st through the 30th. The division received 30 responses during this period. Most commenters expressed broad support for the expedited shift to 50/50 allocation in 2025. Some expressed concern of commercial gear's effect on the southern flounder population. The Southern Advisory Committee had an in-depth discussion on the issue, with some advisors favoring the expedited allocation shift and some favoring status quo, but did not pass a motion due to ties. The Northern Advisory Committee passed 2 motions. The first was a motion to recommend to the Marine Fisheries Commission to remain status quo regarding southern flounder allocation. Next, the committee made a motion outside of the options possible for Amendment 4. They recommended lowering the total harvest reduction from the 72% adopted in Amendment 3 to 52%, the minimum statutorily required. The gain in available quota would be split equally between the commercial and recreational sector, and this motion passed. The Finfish Advisory Committee passed a motion to recommend status quo in regard to the allocation schedule. They also had a discussion about lowering reductions similar to the Northern AC, but did not pass a motion. So here's the amendment timeline again, just to reiterate the abbreviated schedule of development and remind you where we are in the process. After today's meeting, the plan, including your selected management, will be sent to the DEQ Secretary for review by Agner. You'll then vote on final adoption of Amendment 4 at your August business meeting. So finally, your action item today is selecting your preferred management option for Amendment 4. With that, I'll take any questions.
No questions? Motion, Tom? You're my motion.
I mean, unless you want some debate, I'm glad to make a motion.
Yeah.
So, I move that we adopt the expedited allocation shift as our preferred management option.
Was that you, A?
Yes.
A seconded. Discussion? And we'll have a vote, Jesse, once she gets it up there and Tom makes sure that's what he wanted.
One comment, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Here again, we find ourselves at Flounder. What's funny is there's a bill, a prescriptive bill, in the legislature right now that supersedes all of this. Gives more to the commercial guy, and it gives the recreational guy a 6-week season, I want to say. So I can't contribute to the further paralysis of the commercial industry because I've just seen it to the point where it cannot even operate in this fishery anymore. And just sit here and just agree to take more away from one sector and just give it to the other when it's not even going to truly benefit from that. It just said you're likely not to get much of anything different by shifting allocation from one sector to the other. And to me, that's hard to swallow because this is just taking action against one industry, and it's not really going to benefit the other side of things, but so much more. You know, I just exercise caution because, you know, there's other people paying attention in this state on how we manage fisheries. And they're kind of getting tired of being took away from and being told they can't and what they can and cannot do. It's just so evident. And you know, we have fisheries issues in the judiciary right now. We have fisheries issues in the legislature right now. And us, as a part of the executive branch, are trying to take up fisheries issues also. So who's right? Who's right? What is the outcome of all of this? And so, you know, we make a decision, they make a decision, 3, 4, 5 decisions gets made. Which one's right and which one's wrong? Which one stands and which ones don't? And that's the point I want to try to make here is like, you know, what are we really doing? Because, you know, this right here is expediting, we're going to take more from the commercial sector. But they fished one day last year, you know? And so it didn't have to be this way from the start. It didn't, the recreational sector did not have to take the hit that they have taken through all of this. And I tried to explain that last time. They did not have to be held accountable under the quota system. But through infinite wisdoms, we had to do it that way, right? I say wrong. We didn't have to hold the recreational people so accountable that they can't even go fishing. You know, give them a season. Let it be static. Let them catch what they're going to catch. Hold the commercial guys accountable because, yes, they can catch a tremendous amount more fish if given the opportunity. It's not hard to do, but I can't agree with this.
And I'm going to say something, and then I'm going to go to Tom, and then I'm going to go to A. And my thing is a little bit different from Mike's. You know, my angst with it, or what I didn't like about it is when you took away from the commercial, you only took away from the mobile gears. You didn't involve taking anything from the pound net fishery, so just one little click of the commercial fishery had to give up. And with that, I'll go to Tom.
And Sammy, I agree with you there. I think when we look at the next amendment, regardless what happens, we will need to look at different sectors. When it comes to flounder, first of all, what concerns me about the bill in the legislature is that that would set back this rebuilding plan. And this commission has done a lot, for the first time really ever, has taken serious steps to try to rebuild a fishery that has been overfished for 20, 30 years, and it's knowingly been overfished for that long. And unfortunately, there's been a lot of politics have gotten in the way of rebuilding this fishery. I'm not going to rehash the history of this fishery, but I do want to point out that North Carolina constitutes, over 90% of commercially caught southern flounder from here to Texas. No other state has a pound net fishery for southern flounder. No other state has a gill net fishery for southern flounder. We have the biggest allocation of these fish. And I'm not saying that's wrong, it's just how we do things. The allocation of this fishery is antiquated. And the FMP has rehashed that. If you go back and you look at the history of this fishery, it was heavily exploited for a long period of time. And we are looking at changing that allocation to be more modern.
Okay.
I just wanted to bring up, we talk about balance and fairness to everyone. And again, this FMP was originally started before I sat here, but looking back on it, and you look at the numbers in 70-30, and I agree with Mike on a quota system for the recreational anglers, I think was setting up recreational anglers to start with to fail. And if you look at the actual numbers, if it had been done 50-50 at the very, very beginning, I don't think we'd be in this predicament right now. We also talk about economic analysis and impact. And from the recreational side, with a shutdown, I mean, you're talking tackle shops, marinas, hotels, restaurants, the list goes on. And that's just a complete shutdown. We're just shifting. We're not shutting down the commercial side, but shifting to make sure that the recreational side for all these businesses stays open. So.
Yeah, William.
I was told from the beginning when I started doing this to manage for the resource, to protect the resource. That said, we spend a lot of time listening to the public, and we make it a point to, and it's important to the work we do. It's critical to the work we do. And we listen and we adjust our actions, I think, based on public comment, not to the detriment of the resource, in my view. So that said, I have heard more about flounder. If anybody finds out that I'm sitting in this chair, they hear that the first words that are going to come out of their mouth are, why in the heck can't I catch a flounder? What are you dummies doing? And also there is a tremendous perception of unfairness because of the allotment, particularly because of the ocean harvest that's going on. And so at any rate, if we're not going to listen to that public comment, and we're not affecting the resource here, we're really trying to be fair, I think. And I see it as a fairness issue, and I see it as I don't want to call it appeasement is the wrong word, but to try to give people what they want without sacrificing the resource or stepping outside of fairness. So that's just my thought.
And I also said that I think it should be for the resource, and that's why I said, when you take that 20% away from the commercial guys, instead of giving it to the wrecks, give it back to the resource. Give that 20% instead of letting it go over here and somebody else catch it. Why didn't we take that 20% from the commercial side and put it back to the resource so the stock would rebuild faster?
Well, and I would say that's because the recreational fishermen have no allotment. They have zero. They have zero ability to fish, and I think we owe them. That's what the resource. It's a resource, and it's a resource for commercial and recreational.
But I was just answering your question. You said it should be on the resource, and if it should be on the resource on you, then we should be protecting the resource. Go ahead, Tom. Tom wants.
So, to that point, it's important to look at the history of this. When we passed the last amendment, I was on the commission. And this allocation shift was supposed to be in place now. We had hundreds, if not thousands, of public comments in support of this allocation that we're shifting to today. And the commission chose to delay it. And the rationale provided by the motion maker was not adequate rationale, in my opinion. It was said that maybe we would have a validated usable reporting program by now, which we all told him was not going to be the case. But many of us predicted, myself on the record, is if we didn't do this allocation shift, like A said, we were going to see a closure and that we were going to be in a much poorer position today if we didn't do that allocation shift earlier. And so I don't believe we're really changing anything other than correcting a wrong this commission made a couple years ago.
Okay, Willie, did I see you?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I wasn't on the commission when we weren't at 50-50 or weren't talking about 50-50. But the fact that we said we were going to eventually get to 50-50 would imply to me that we thought 50-50 was the right answer. and we were just trying to get to the right answer. And so it seems like, to me today, we're approaching going on and having the right answer now rather than waiting for the right answer next year. So.
Go ahead, Mike. Oh, okay, well, let's let Doug go first. You hadn't spoke yet. And then we'll get you, Mike.
I've been abstaining on this vote all along, and let me explain why, because I'm not going to abstain today. I think allocation is not a way to deal with short-term problems in a fishery, and should correctly be subjected to a much more detailed assessment of the pluses and minuses with different levels of assessment, and should be a longer-term enterprise. Now, I was not on the commission when that happened, when those debates happened. I assume more or less it was subjected to that kind of assessment, and therefore, I just want to get this done and move on myself, because I think it's going to continue to haunt us in the short term. In the longer term, we have much bigger problems on Amendment 5, and not just the legislation, but coming to terms with a fishery where discarded more waste basically ends up eating up almost all of our allowable mortality. And so we have got to solve that problem fundamentally. And I think revisiting all the issues related to ultimately to allocation and to economic consequences and sectoral, finer grained sectoral questions about who gets what is really needs that kind of input. So I just don't, we haven't seen it, but I'm going to vote today, probably for it, just to move it on.
And I'm going to let Mike say one more thing, and then we're going to take a vote and see how we turn out.
Yeah, I just want to comment on the issue of some sort of 50-50 parity and fairness. You know, if you look down across the board, there is a fin fish allocation and who catches what in the states. The recreational crowd approaches quite a bit more than of allocation in all other fisheries. And, you know, we just dealt with trout, 90% recreational, you know, and that's just one I can pull off the top of my head. If I really wanted that, I could dig into the division stuff, but, you know, this ain't an issue of fairness. If this was fair, it wouldn't be in the situation that we're in right now. You know, the commercial sector would have their TAL, and that's what they would operate under, that they could actually operate. And the recreational people will have a season to fish in. And it would be that pretty much that straightforward. But this ain't it. This is nothing other than just taking and chipping away and creating more paralysis to the commercial industry.
And that's probably something we can talk about with the amendment that they're going to talk about next, but let's go ahead and do this vote, because there's probably nobody in here that don't kind of agree with you on that, Mike. So, all right, so let's do a vote there.
Commissioner Bethea?
No.
Commissioner Blanton?
No.
Commissioner Claus?
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner?
Aye.
Commissioner Hopgood?
Aye.
Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Commissioner Service?
Aye.
And Chairman Corbett?
No. Looked like you were pulling teeth, Doug.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I honest to God just don't approve of using allocation in this way. But at the end of anyway, I've already said my piece. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Guys, I appreciate it. That passes 6-3. And I guess, Jeff, you don't even get to move, do you? Everybody stayed.
All right.
I'm sorry. I don't know the other two well enough to pick on them like I do Jeff.
Have at it. All right, I don't have to repeat the motion from August anymore, so I'm pretty happy about that. Hello again. Today I will be giving you a brief overview of the Southern Flounder Amendment 5 scoping period and provide the golden objectives for the plan. So here's a quick outline of what we're going to be discussing today. I'll begin with the goal and objectives for Amendment 5. I will then move into a scoping overview by presenting the initial topics the division brought to scoping, give a rundown of the feedback from the meetings, and then provide a summary of the online comments received during the scoping period. I will conclude the presentation with the initial list of topics that will be addressed in Amendment 5 and a reminder of the next steps in the plan development process. So here are the goal and objectives for Amendment 5, and they are available in your memo provided in your briefing materials. The Amendment 5 scoping period was open the entire month of March this year. During this period, the division received 93 online comments and conducted 4 scoping meetings in which 38 members of the public attended. These meetings took place in Raleigh, Manteo, Morehead City, and Wilmington. I'll add that we used a different format for this round of scoping meetings. Rather than a formal setting allowing attendees 3 minutes to offer their comments, we used an open house format that promoted one-on-one conversations between attendees and DMF staff. While the meetings were not well attended, we did receive good comments and ideas about southern flounder management and generally received positive feedback about the new scoping format. Public feedback at the scoping meetings varied, but several topics had broad support. The public strongly supported moving to single species management to improve access to all flounder species. Most felt that anglers could learn to identify the different species if it meant increased fishing opportunities. The public expressed their desire to have a season for the 2 oscillated species in the ocean prior to the fall southern flounder season. The division repeatedly heard comments that full-year closures needed to be prevented at all costs. There was concern about effectiveness of multi-state management as stakeholders believed that our management partners in other states were not doing their part to reduce harvest and rebuild the stock. Several commercial fishermen expressed the need to maintain access to all segments of the commercial fishery, including set gill nets. Attendees also expressed interest in reevaluating commercial suballocations and seasons to better align with current participation and market conditions. There was also some support for moving gigs to a commercial-only gear type and replacing the fall set gill net season with a summer runaround season. These comments mirrored the strong support, These comments mirrored the strong support for single species management the division heard at in-person meetings. Online commenters also expressed strong support for ocean-only seasons for the oscillated species to occur prior to the fall southern flounder season, preventing full-year closures, and frustrations that NC had taken the reductions needed to rebuild the stock while other states have continued to allow less restrictive harvest. Additionally, many online comments expressed support for phasing out large mesh gill nets in the southern flounder fishery. Sorry, I didn't note there, that's the online comments. I think we lost a little bit of our talk points there, but that's a rundown of the online comments. So I will now discuss the suite of topics that will be explored in Amendment 5. The topics come from previous MFC, public, and AC feedback about ways to improve recreational access and improve existing management. The first 2 topics pertain to recreational management. The first is managing southern flounder separate from the other 2 left-eyed flounder, summer and Gulf flounder. This can be done by separating the oscillated species out as a group or moving to single species management, meaning that all 3 left-eyed flounder would be managed separate from each other. The second topic identified was altering the timing of the southern flounder season to optimize access and season length. The third topic was changes to commercial management. This topic could be used to address the best use of the extremely limited mobile gear allocation left when the fishery moves to 50-50 rec and commercial. Items to consider would be to phase out the large mesh gillnet fishery, enact trip limits or new gear restrictions, or change the timing of the season to lengthen it. The final topic brought to scoping was adaptive management. This topic could be used to explore any management adjustments to all sectors in response to a rebuilding stock. Following this meeting, the division will develop a timeline which will be provided to you at your August meeting. Concurrently, the division will take the feedback from the scoping period to develop options and write a first draft of Amendment 5. During this time, the division will solicit for FMPAC members and schedule an FMPAC workshop. The initial draft of the plan will be brought to the FMPAC workshop to work through and further refine. Before the division moves on to the next steps, we really need to hear from you, the commission. Now is your first and best opportunity to provide input on the development of Amendment 5. The division strongly encourages you to provide any comments or ideas about development of Amendment 5 now, so they can be considered for inclusion in the draft. This is the time to ask the division to explore options, so we have enough time to fully develop them. The further into the process that significant changes are requested, the higher the likelihood of delays in the process. With that, I'll take any questions.
Okay. Yes, sir.
When you say now is the time, do you mean now?
Yes.
The sooner the better.
What, sooner is better, but what would you suggest as our sort of timeline to get suggestions to you?
So, we don't have a set timeline right now. Obviously, we're not gonna be able to get this done by 2026, which was the original goal, in January when we discussed it. This needs to be really thought out. There's a lot of nuances here that we need to consider. So we're probably pushing back to 2027, which means we're gonna try to develop this, a draft by the end of this year. With that in mind, if you have any ideas now, we'd love to hear them. We'd love to hear them throughout the process, but it's just easier to include now. We could hear from you in August. Likely we'll have started to develop things, but that doesn't mean anything's set in stone, but the sooner the better, obviously.
And can I say one thing first? So it might be, because I know everybody here is going to have ideas, so what we might do is put a little time period in the August meeting, maybe 30 minutes or 40 minutes, to where the people on the commission can discuss their ideas for this. And because we can discuss it amongst ourselves in the meeting. So get your best ideas together. And then in August, when we come together, we'll all kind of hash out and see if we can come up with some good ideas for them. I think that's better than us beating it around the table now without thinking about it. Wait, everybody kind of agree with that? I know I'm a dumb crabber, but sometimes I say something right. Yes, sir.
So do you think it's reasonable to do single species management, like separating summers and gulfs?
Yeah,
Like
it's
two
possible.
separate things,
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, Gulf Flounder doesn't currently have any specific management on it. While Summer Flounder is highly managed and is experiencing at least overfishing. So that's gonna restrict whatever we can do with an oscillated season. By separating them out, the identification is harder, but we could have increased access for Gulf Flounder.
Well, I think if you can ID a southern from the other two, you can clearly ID a summer from a gulf. So I'm excited to hear you say that, and that's a very good rationale, and I would certainly support that going forward.
Yeah, Kathy.
I just wanted to, and Jeff kind of alluded to it, but I just wanted to make the point pretty clear that, we would appreciate any feedback if you have it now. If you see something that that you say, okay, I definitely want to look at this, because as Jeff said, we're going to start developing the plan based on some of the things that we've identified through our public comment, our scoping efforts and that kind of thing, and what we've talked about internally. So we'll be looking at some of those things. And also, we will be back to the commission every single meeting until this plan is done. So I'm not suggesting that when you're about to give your final recommendations that you come up with something new out of the woodwork, but I am saying that we will be back in front of you frequently to update you on our progress, what our internal discussions are, and what we have been working on relative to the issue papers, and what those specific discussions are as well, to keep you very informed about this, because I think, Commissioner Roller, and everybody around this table understands how important it is to kind of make sure we're all on the same page as we move through this and to trying to manage this species.
And that's one of the reasons I think it'd be great for us to I'll set aside a time in that August meeting where we can all hash this out amongst ourselves, because it's going to be a long conversation when we all start trying to figure it out. Yes, sir, Doug.
I just wanted to observe that this is probably a good time to get outside of our box and to look at some of the lessons that not just other regions in the United States, but other countries, New Zealand and others, have learned from looking at these kinds of species that suffer from very high discard mortality. I mean, hell, I might write Tom a check and for XYZ number of pounds of, and let him implement it, period, but also be accountable for it. And I don't know. There's got to be mechanisms, traditional and non-traditional, to convert discards into landings, really in both sectors. I mean, I think the commercial sector is highly accountable, but not necessarily in the way they want themselves to be, and it's also inflexible from plan to plan. So I think we ought to be willing to entertain ideas that are a little different than what we've been used to hearing.
And that's a good thing for you to put your thoughts together on for the next couple of months and have a good thing for us when you come back, and I'm sure you'll have something excellent for us. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thanks, I'll be quick. This is a question about enforcement of this stuff, just so I can really get my mind around it, since I don't necessarily work in the finfish fishery. But things like circle hooks and outlawing treble hooks and things like that, is that going to be easy to enforce?
I mean, I think we've certainly had discussion, is he making fun of me? I know we've certainly had discussions about the enforcement of hooks, types and sizes and things like that. And, you know, some of that discussion is you can't enforce it, and that doesn't necessarily make it not impactful to the resource. So I think that's just part of, you know, discussion as you go around.
Makes sense.
Look at big drum, old drum and circle hooks and elimination of, you know, having to use a government rig.
Did that help?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Yes, sir, Tom.
I mean, on that note, in federal fisheries, for any live or natural bait outside of 3 miles, you have to use a circle hook. You have to have a descending device on your boat, right? And people are, makes a difference, and more people are using it all the time. So.
Yes, sir, William.
And as regards to enforcement, it's like, the way, so sort of see it as, even if it's not enforceable, we're always shorthanded on enforcement, but you still make the rule so that people are supposed to follow the rule, and you'll get more compliance than if you don't pass a rule.
Yes, sir.
And I hope the colonel would agree with me, though, even with, well, I mean, things like, you know, there were some tickets written around for hire people with descending devices the last couple of years. That word got out real quick, and everybody started getting descending devices real fast if they didn't know they needed to have them, right? And these are for snapper grouper fisheries. So a little bit of enforcement in the fishing and the hunting community or outdoor community in general goes a long way.
One more thing, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I think we ought to step all the way back, including it the way we even imagine allocation. And this may not be a two-sector question at all. There might be 3 or 4 or something, some other best measure. And in terms of identification, I mean, hell's bells, iNaturalists can tell the difference between those fish easy.
No, it can't.
Really, seriously? I mean, it works for me, but I'm only looking inshore. So.
I'm using Seek, and it doesn't work.
Okay, so if it doesn't, a lot of people have put a lot of money into those systems. So let's find out where they stand and what more needs to be done and find the resources to get that fixed.
All right. Thank you, guys. So. All right, so that's everything I think we can get to today. And we'll start at 9 o'clock in the morning. We won't have much to do when we get here in the morning, but we'll start with our submerged aquatic vegetation.
So Chairman Corbett, those are a couple of external presenters. We'll have to check with them to make sure that they'll be available at 9 instead of, I think they were originally on the schedule for 10, if I remember right. I don't have it pulled up in front of me. We'll have to check to make sure that they're available to be here at 9 to present.
I think you just said 9, so yeah, I do that.
And tell them if they can get here, I mean, even at 9:30, we could do issues from commissioners first or something if it'll help them to have a little bit more time.
All right, awesome.
I'm kind of flexible. but I'd like to get here as soon as they can. I don't want to have to wait an hour doing nothing for them to get here. All right? All right, with that, we're done for the day.